Chapter 3430. Below the crepe myrtle star. Fairy Exin Yan's heart was in a mess. She is the daughter of the final world's vice city lord, and the number of people chasing after her is as many as the hairs on a cow. So Lin Ling's words are not something she has never heard before. But for some reason, when these words come from Lin Ling, she still has a strange feeling in her heart. Perhaps Lin Ling is different from ordinary men. He has another kind of temperament. Thank you. Fairy Exin quickly bowed and brought Lin Ling down the canyon. The people in the canyon looked at Lin Ling angrily. But thinking of the previous crisis, they endured it. After all, they are really short of people now. Zhuang Yanming looked at Lin Ling and was about to say something, but Lin Ling had already opened his mouth. You seem to be the boss, right? But don't think of ordering me around. Also, I am heading towards the crepe myrtle star. If you want to follow, then forget it. I will protect you. If you don't want to follow, then do as you wish. Zhuang Yanming almost lost his composure as a team leader and attacked Lin Ling. This guy's mouth is too poisonous. Damn it, does he think he is the team leader? The others who had just suppressed their anger once again ignited. Alright. Anyway, we don't have a definite location. Why don't we follow that star? At this time, Chu Yun tried to smooth things over. Consider yourself lucky. Everyone followed the stairs down and finally agreed to follow the path forward. It is not good to stay here for long. Everyone quickly left the canyon. Sure enough, 2 hours after they left, a large number of criminals passed by the canyon. But Zhuang Yanming and the rest escaped quickly and avoided disaster. Starry Sky Forest is always night. The stars in the sky are bright and mysterious. A large number of teams are moving forward. They do not dare to stay in one place for too long and can only wander around. 1 year of survival is easy to say, but it is very difficult to achieve. That was because there were too many criminals here. I wonder how many people have died in the 10,000 freshman training. I think it must be a lot. We have already lost 40% of our people. So, there should be 1,000 to 2,000 deaths. No wonder the Wind Snow Academy wants us to consider carefully. This is indeed a place of death. Zhuang Yanming's team was still moving forward. They met other teams along the way, but they could see the fatigue on each other's faces. Of course, they did encounter some fugitives along the way, but there were not many of them and they were easily dealt with. However, 1 or 2 people from Zhuang Yanming's team had died. What infuriated the crowd was that Lin Ling didn't make a single move throughout the entire process. He didn't speak to anyone either. His hands were clasped behind his back as he walked forward alone. That look undoubtedly made Zhuang Junming curse in anger. Chu Yun and Fairy Exin smiled bitterly. As time passed, Lin Ling and the others were getting closer and closer to Crepe Myrtle Star. After a long time, an ancient mountain peak appeared in front of them. Looking carefully, it looked like a palm stretched out from the ground, like a mountain with 5 fingers. At the highest point of the mountain, there was a dazzling purple star. This was the Crepe Myrtle Star. We're here. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That was because he knew that there was a star origin stone here. As long as he could get that treasure, he could leave and go deeper. Everyone be careful. This mountain is not simple. Chu Yun and the others became cautious and carefully entered the 5 Fingers Mountain. However, there was nothing in the 5 Fingers Mountain. Instead, there were strange flowers and plants growing all around. When one was in the middle of it, one's recovery speed would be faster. This place is not bad. Brother Zhuang, why don't we take a rest here? Someone suggested. After all, they had been rushing along and were already exhausted. Zhuang Yanming looked around and finally nodded. He was also very tired. It would be good to take a rest here. Everyone sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he used his all-seeing demonic eyes and looked around. Brother Lin Ling, aren't you going to take a rest? Fairy Exin saw Lin Ling leaving and couldn't help but ask. I'm just walking around. However, this is not a suitable place to rest. After the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, you'd better leave immediately. Lin Ling did not stop, but he left behind a sentence. This was because he knew that this was actually the base camp of the criminals. Perhaps the criminals had left, but if they returned, they would not be able to escape. Ignore him. This guy is useless except for his arrogance. I think the location of this place is very good. There is a 5 Fingers mountain guarding the outside. It is impregnable. Even if the criminals pass by here, it would be difficult for them to attack. Yes, we have been rushing along for so long. Let's take a rest. The others looked at Lin Ling with disdain and ignored Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not say much. He walked along the mountain range in search of astral origin stones. Not long after, Lin Ling finally found something under a huge mountain. That mountain peak was like a human finger, and hidden under the mountain peak was a palm-sized astral origin stone. According to legend, this was a divine star that fell from the void of the universe. It was a very rare existence. Lin Ling knew that this astral origin stone could be used to set up a powerful ancient divine array. It could also be used to forge divine artifacts. Perhaps, this was the reason why Snow Wind Academy needed this astral origin stone. Alright, the Academy's mission is completed. I have also won the bet with teacher Zhou Lin. After keeping the astral origin stone, Lin Ling smiled. Now, it was time to look at the Maha Mantra. After that, he walked back to the group, intending to bid farewell to Fairy Xen Yen. Towards Fairy Xen Yen, he naturally did not have any feelings for her. He just could not bear to reject her good intentions. However, just as he returned to the palm of the 5 Fingers mountain, Lin Ling realized that something was wrong. You guys have guts. You actually dare to come under the crepe myrtle star. Because a pair of huge eyes appeared in the sky. This pair of eyes had a strange magical power. The pupils were spinning like whirlpools. As long as you looked at it, you would be lost in it. The surrounding scene also changed, making people feel as if they had come to the underworld. The gray sky, the dead silent earth, everything was silent, making people feel extremely depressed. What happened? There are criminals coming. Everyone was shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. 6 great god eyes of the universe, reincarnation god eyes. Zhuang Yanming was very knowledgeable. At this moment he let out a dignified voice. In the sky, the spinning eyes were the reincarnation god eyes. It was one of the strongest eye talents in the universe. Break for me. However, the people present were not weak. A few of them immediately took action, creating a storm that blew away all the illusions around them. The surroundings returned to the 5 Fingers mountain. However, Zhuang Yanming and the rest were all stunned. Chapter 34-31. How about giving me some face? Thousands? How could they possibly stand a chance against them? They were surrounded, as if they were trapped in the 5 Fingers mountain. The criminals wore cold smiles on their faces. The experts were as numerous as the clouds. Who would have thought we would stumble into the geniuses of the institute? There are quite a number of them. This is going to be fun. An aged voice could be heard as an old man walked out with a smile. His eyes were filled with a magical aura, which turned out to be the reincarnation godly eyes. 3rd grade ultimate desolated body. Chu Yun's expression changed tremendously. The others quickly discussed among themselves too. Is there any way to break through? Brother Zhuang, can you open a gap? The experts on my side are all 3rd layer martial progenitors. Their strength is too strong, there's no way we can break through. Although I only have 2nd layer martial progenitors, their talents are all 2nd grade ultimate desolated bodies. Furthermore, there are so many of them, it's difficult for me to break through. The conclusion of the discussion was that they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. Left with no choice, they could only glare at Zhuang Mingming. However, Zhuang Mingming's expression was even uglier than theirs. Fellow criminals, how about giving me some face? Zhuang Mingming knew that it was impossible to fight them, thus he had to resort to other methods. Face my ass. One of the criminals replied with a hollow laugh, "You're just an ant." The words did not give Zhuang Mingming any face, causing him to be infuriated, but he did not dare to refute. However, we don't like to bully the weak with our numbers, so we'll give you a chance. There are quite a number of beauties among you. As long as you're willing to come to us, we'll let you leave alive. The old man with the reincarnation godly eyes suddenly said with a smile. In your dreams, we'd rather die than be humiliated. Someone beside Chu Yun immediately scolded furiously. This asshole. Zhuang Mingming was startled. His heart was filled with anger, but it was not toward the criminals, but toward the person who had just spoken. Currently, they had a chance to escape, but the person had dared to refute the criminals. Wasn't he trying to get everyone killed? One had to know that among the thousands of fugitives, most of them were no weaker than the ox god from before. That being said, many people apart from him had the same thought. Meanwhile, those criminals laughed. One of them attacked the one who spoke, a sword slashing out. Ghost energy roared, ancestral power was extremely powerful. Boom! The body of the person who had spoken earlier exploded, unable to withstand a single blow. This further illustrated the gap between the two sides. Originally, I was only interested in a few little beauties, but now, I plan to keep all the little beauties. The Samsara God Eye Elder faintly smiled after killing the student. Alright, I promise you. However, can you guarantee their safety? Zhuang Yanming asked the old man. Sure. We have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. It has been a long time since we tasted love. As for ordinary women, we do not fancy them. Only those with the ultimate desolate body are worthy of us. Furthermore, although we are fugitives who kill people like scything flax, we still have our principles. The Samsara God Eye Elder said, I'll give you one incense stick of time to consider. Chu Yun, what do you think? Everyone immediately started discussing. The only outcome of rejecting a wanted criminal was death. If they agreed, they would still have a chance. However, those girls would have to suffer. Chu Yun, Fairy Xen Yen, Ear Pendant and the other girls' faces turned cold. Were they going to sell their bodies? We will not force you. However, whether this matter is good or bad, you can evaluate it yourselves. Furthermore, if we leave this place alive, we will owe you a favor. You can consider it yourselves. That's right. It was not easy for us to reach the final world. On the path of martial arts, there are times when you have to give up certain things. It all depends on how firm your heart is in martial arts. Zhuang Yanming and the others said. Chu Yun and the rest were still hesitating. Compared to ordinary girls, they were clearly more decisive. They would not panic when faced with such a situation. However, for the sake of martial arts, they would have to sell their most precious bodies. This was something they could not accept. Time's up. At this moment, the old man's cold voice sounded. He smiled at the crowd and said, What do you think? I agree. Determination appeared in Chu Yun's eyes as she nodded. You are the prettiest. I thought you would be like those silly girls and value those things. However, you are not bad. You know that on the path of martial arts, you have to give up certain things. After all, if you refuse, you will die and your life will end. The old man nodded in satisfaction. How could Chu Yun not know this? However, she also felt uncomfortable. What about the rest of you? Chu Yun agreed. Hence, the criminal looked at the other girls. I agree too. Ear Pendant was the second to nod. As an assassin, she had stricter requirements for herself. However, the other girls still could not let go of the humiliation. Fairy Xen Yen, whether we live or die depends on you. Zhuang Yanming immediately looked at Fairy Xen Yen. He knew that more girls had to agree before the other girls would follow suit. Fairy Xen Yen immediately looked at Zhuang Yanming angrily. Although Zhuang Yanming did not force them, at such a critical moment, Zhuang Yanming did not protect them. This was too disappointing. In fact, the other girls also felt the same way about Zhuang Yanming. Zhuang Yanming spoke well at the start. However, in the face of a strong enemy, he still compromised. This kind of character was indeed disappointing. I agree. At this moment, Fairy Xen Yen finally made her decision. On the other hand, Zhuang Yanming and the rest smiled. Finally, they had escaped another calamity. It's not easy to survive for a year. However, Zhuang Yanming still comforted her. Hearing this, Fairy Xen Yen bit down hard on her red lips, and her eyes became moist. Was she going to give her body to those dirty criminals? This lovely little beauty just happens to suit my taste. I want her first. One of the criminals could not hold it in any longer. He walked down from the sky towards Fairy Yen. As for the other criminals, they licked their lips and were about to make their move. However, at this moment, a figure blocked in front of Fairy Yen. Criminals, right? How about you give me some face and let them go? The one who appeared in front of Fairy Yen was actually Lin Ling. This D***Ned bastard. Zhuang Yanming and the rest were stunned. They were furious. It was not easy for them to settle this matter. In the end, Lin Ling came to cause trouble. One had to know that the criminals could have killed them all and snatched the girls away. Moreover, after they had humiliated the girls, they might even kill them. At least for now, the girls would be able to live after giving up their bodies. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Zhuang Yanming roared in anger. Chapter 34-32. Heavenly Soul Demon Bone. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? The old man sneered. He was unhappy. Originally, he wanted to kill all these people, but the women in this group were very beautiful, and they were tempted. Moreover, they didn't like to use force, so they gave these people a chance. Who knew that these people didn't take the chance, and there were still people who came out to act tough? Were they looking for death? Who am I? Lin Ling's face was still calm. He suddenly pondered, then looked up and said, I'm someone you can't afford to offend. The moment he said that, the 5 Fingers Mountain fell silent. Murderous intent appeared in the criminals, and Zhuang Zhenming and the others trembled. This lunatic. All along, Lin Ling's personality was strange, and they all secretly called Lin Ling a lunatic. After all, who would provoke the vice president, force a teacher to kneel, and act like he didn't fit in with the group? But who knew that Lin Ling's lunacy had no bottom line? Someone I can't afford to offend. I haven't heard this sentence for tens of thousands of years. The old man was stunned, and he laughed out of anger. Just based on your fearless personality, I won't let you live, because being merciful to a proud guy is also a humiliation to him. The moment the old man said that, Chu Yun, Fairy Yen, and the others looked at Lin Ling. Being surrounded by thousands of criminals, Zhuang Zhenming and the others would only surrender. It was completely different from the protection they had promised at the beginning. Instead, the fearless Lin Ling walked out. Just like in the Snow Wind Academy, he wasn't afraid of the dean, he wasn't afraid of the teachers, and here, he wasn't afraid of the criminals. Let me. At this time, a criminal jumped down from the sky, and his powerful strength exploded, ready to attack Lin Ling. Zhuang Yanming, we have to help Lin Ling, he came out to speak for us. Chu Yun's opinion of Lin Ling had changed, and he said anxiously, how can we help? Zhuang Yanming was stunned, and he shook his head helplessly. Thousands of strong cultivators here, help? That's more like courting death. We can't help at all. We could have turned big things into small things, but he just had to talk too much. The others also nodded with a helpless look on their faces. At this moment, the criminal in the sky had already made his move. A huge saber hung high in the starry sky, and countless skeletons floated out, transforming into a huge skeletal saber. This saber was obtained from the starry sky forest. It was said that there was a small piece of God's bone within it. Tianhun Demon Bone. The expert who attacked let out a cold voice and slashed down with his saber. Tianhun Demon Bone Gate. Chu Yun's expression immediately changed as he stared at the gigantic blade that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Could this be the heavenly soul demonic bone gate that has disappeared for 10,000 years? Sister Chu, what is the heavenly soul demon bone gate? Fairy Yen asked immediately. 10,000 years ago, it was an extremely famous sect. Their cultivation required the bones of tens of millions of people. Therefore, they killed countless people and accumulated countless bones, infuriating the 9 provinces. Later, the Miao Prefecture's celestial emperor took action, but was killed. In the end, it was the gods who destroyed the sect. The current Miao Prefecture's celestial emperor took the position because of the fall of the previous celestial emperor. Then wouldn't Lin Ling be in trouble? Fairy Yen started to worry. The backgrounds of these criminals were all extraordinary. It's not just trouble, he's dead meat. Zhuang Yanming immediately shook his head and said, "A second-level martial ancestor with a second-grade ultimate desolate body. How could Lin Ling withstand this?" Rumble. The huge saber slashed down, and tens of thousands of bones flew everywhere. "Lin Ling, be careful." Fairy Exin Yen subconsciously yelled. "Don't worry, this bit of strength can't shake me." However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling actually turned around and spoke to Fairy Exin Yen. Turn around? He was too confident. Swords from the gods. At that moment, Lin Ling finally attacked. He also knew that the criminal's strength was not weak. Therefore, he merged his 5 dantians and unleashed his godly demon body. He slashed at the sky with 70% of his demonic sword steps. Furthermore, he could see that the ancestral force of the saber was ferocious, but it needed time to accumulate its aura. Therefore, he attacked first. 300 world speed burst out. In an instant, he arrived before the bone saber, giving the criminal a fright. He knew that this young man's cultivation was the lowest, but he did not expect this young man to be so fast. Clang. A ferocious sword slashed at the sky. The saber and sword collided, and the wind and clouds surged. Rumble. The 5 fingers of the 5-finger mountain were instantly broken, and a shockwave rolled out. Then 2 figures were sent flying. The criminal was sent flying 100 meters away, while Lin Ling was sent flying a few hundred meters away. However, the crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was not dead? What a strange kid. The old man with the reincarnation god eyes frowned. He was only at the 5th stage of the sage realm, but his world essence was comparable to the martial ancestor realm. Kid, I underestimated you. You are the first person in the sage realm who can force me to retreat. The criminal held the saber in his hand and looked at Lin Ling seriously. You are wrong. I am the first person in the sage realm who can kill you. On the other side, Lin Ling knew that he could not kill the criminal by normal means, so he decided to use his trump card. Great Calamity Destroying Sun Bao. A dragon god roared, but Lin Ling grabbed it with his left hand. It was as if he was grabbing an ancient dragon, reversing the universe. This action shocked Chu Yun and the others. This guy is too fierce. Dragon god bloodline. Zhuang Yanming's eyes trembled. This was the first time he saw Lin Ling unleash his dragon god bloodline. However, the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Brother Zhuang, his dragon god aura seems to be stronger than yours. The others also spoke one after another. At this moment, Lin Ling held the 5-meter-long dragon bow in his hand. The bone bow trembled and emitted a threatening aura. This bow is extraordinary. The criminal finally knew how powerful Lin Ling is. He also knew that he could not let Lin Ling shoot the arrow. He held the bone saber in his hand and unleashed an earth-shattering power of world essence to attack Lin Ling. With one slash, heaven and earth would be destroyed. However, at this moment, countless Lin Ling appeared in the sky. They all held the dragon bow in their hands as if a divine general had descended. At this moment, the criminal's eyes trembled. Which one of them is real? No, he must seize the time and kill that kid before he shoots the arrow. Rumble. The powerful bone saber erupted. If a god blocked it, it would kill a god. If a Buddha blocked it, it would destroy a Buddha. A large number of Lin Ling were killed. All of this seemed to be real. However, this was only the illusion god true inheritance. The purpose of using this soul force martial art was to delay for a certain amount of time. Time's up. A cold voice finally sounded. In the sky, 10,000 dragons roared. Countless dragon gods shot down like meteors. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Great solar calamity destroying Bao's 5th arrow, 10,000 Buddhas greeting. In the sky, the light of Buddha God illuminated all living beings. Tens of thousands of arrows shot towards the criminal. The criminal's bone blade was shattered, and he was sent flying backwards by the impact. However, there were too many dragon god arrows. He could block 100 arrows, 1,000 arrows, but he could not block 10,000 arrows. Boom. Chapter 34-33. Plead for leniency. I already said, don't provoke me. The entire mountain range was silent. Only Lin Ling's voice could be heard. Chu Yun and the rest were stunned. A guess appeared in their minds. Could it be that the person who killed the dragon god was Lin Ling? Zhuang Zhenming's face was extremely pale. A feeling of humiliation rose in his heart. He thought that he was the one who killed the ox god. Kill him. However, at this time, the old man with the samsara eyes said coldly. They had been in the starry sky forest for many years. It had been a long time since they met such a fierce junior. It made him feel that his dignity was being challenged. All the criminals looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with dense killing intent. The sky was filled with criminals. They were densely packed and their aura was extremely terrifying. No matter how strong Zhuang Yanming and the rest were, even if they had seen countless storms, they were scared silly at this moment. They did not dare to move at all. Lin Ling was expressionless. He did not say anything and no longer held back. His soul force spread out like a sea urchin and fused the heavenly dragon's bone with the great nether wind dragon's talent. Rumble. A huge figure grew like bamboo shoots after a rain and turned into a monster that was even bigger than the five-finger mountain. This monster was completely black, but it had dragon claws on its left and right hands. It gave people a chilling feeling. The most terrifying thing was that such a huge monster was not slow at all. It had the speed of 500 world boundaries. The expressions of the criminals who came to encircle them changed greatly at this moment. However, Lin Ling had already made his move. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. Many people could not see Lin Ling's move clearly. Instead, they could see experts smashing down from the sky. In just a short incense stick's time, the criminals who attacked were either dead or injured. The murderous aura from before had disappeared. He blocked all the criminals by himself. Chu Yun covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Was this still a student who came in through the back door? With such strength, he still needed to come in through the back door? Dragon God bloodline? No one was more surprised than Solemn Clarity. From Lin Ling's body, he could sense the demeanor of a king. If he was the dragon god, then Lin Ling was the king of the dragon gods. Heavens, this kind of guy was the Lin Ling he wanted to teach a lesson to? The mountain range was silent as the giant walked over, looking down at the Samsara God Eye Elder. In that case, do you think I'm someone you can afford to offend? As his voice drifted out, everyone was shocked. The old man with the Samsara God Eye stood in the sky, his face alternating between green and white. He had not expected this youth to be so strong. Not even an early-stage martial ancestor was his match. However, he was worthy of being an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. He suppressed his surprise and said indifferently, "I admit that you are indeed very strong. However, in this world, no matter how strong an individual is, they can't outlast a large number of people. Now that I'm here, do you think you can stop us?" As expected of an ambitious and ruthless character, he did not plan to fight Lin Ling one-on-one. Instead, he joined the battle himself and joined forces to fight Lin Ling. Samsara God Eye. However, Lin Ling sneered. His eyebrows twitched, and a giant ancient steel appeared in the sky. It hovered in the sky, exuding a majestic aura. Of the 6 great God Eyes of the universe, the space-time God Eye. The old man with the Samsara God Eye was shocked once more. He felt as disgusted as a fly. This youth's talent was too terrifying. He also had 6 great God Eyes of the universe. What do you think? While he was still in shock, Lin Ling also let out a low growl. Do you think I'm afraid of you? We've cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Can a junior intimidate us? The old man with the Samsara God Eye was riding a tiger and had no way to back down. If it were any other occasion, he would not have provoked Lin Ling. However, the arrow was on the bow and he had to shoot it. If he retreated, the criminals in the surrounding area would no longer trust him. And if he had no status in the starry sky forest, he would be mercilessly eliminated. However, just as the two sides were about to fight, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky and shouted, "Wait!" Li Mu. The old man with the Samsara God Eye clearly recognized this person. This person was very famous in the surrounding area and even had a good relationship with him. You can't provoke this person. After these people arrived, They first looked at Lin Ling in shock and then spoke anxiously. They were the criminals that Lin Ling had encountered before. Everything was as they had guessed. When Lin Ling used his full strength, he could indeed shake an early-stage martial ancestor. This strength was truly terrifying. Fortunately, they did not attack at that time. "How about you give me some face?" the person said again. Chu Yun and the others were stunned. Did they hear wrong? A criminal was actually speaking up for Lin Ling? After all, shouldn't criminals kill them as quickly as possible? Lin Ling must have curried favor with that criminal, so that criminal spoke up for him. Someone immediately said. The other students immediately nodded. This was the only explanation that made sense. "Why did you speak up for this person?" the old man with the samsara god eyes said with a frown. "Because I don't want you to make a big mistake. Moreover, I owe him a favor, so I have to repay it. After all, if he didn't give me face, we would all be dead already," the person said gravely. Hearing this, the old man with the samsara god eyes pupils trembled. He had also thought that this criminal had spoken up because Lin Ling had curried favor with him, but now he knew that this was not the reason for Lin Ling's favor, but because these criminals feared Lin Ling. "Li Mu, you and I are equal in strength. I will give you face, but it's very difficult now. If I compromise, how will I convince the others?" The old man with the samsara god eyes expression suddenly turned cold. "Li Mu, I see that you are a friend, so I'll let you leave. If you insist on doing this, then don't blame me for attacking you." "Samsara god eye, don't make a big mistake," Li Mu angrily roared. "Ha, we're criminals. We can be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Today I'll say it. Even if we're all wiped out, I'll keep this brat here. Moreover, if we all fight to the death, this brat might not be able to stop us." The old man sneered. "You really won't compromise?" Li Mu clenched his teeth. "When have I, the samsara god I, ever gone back on my word? When have I, the samsara god I, ever feared death? If I go back on my word, I'll leave this place upside down. Is this enough?" The old man with the samsara god eye seemed to want everyone to know his resolve. Zhuang Yanming and the others immediately paled. They would not rest until one of them was dead. "Fine, but what if that lord comes forward?" But Li Mu spoke up once more. "Ha, the starry sky forest has countless lords. I wonder who you're talking about? But it's useless. No one can change my mind." The old man with the samsara god eye chuckled and then spoke, emphasizing each word. But just as he spoke, the sky seemed to twist, and then a pair of ancient eyes looked down at the heavens. "And if it's me?" Yes. Chapter 34-34. The leader of the criminals, the ninth god eye. Another eye's talent? What a joke. There's already the space-time god eye and the samsara god eye here. What right does the talent of the other eyes have to be arrogant here? The samsara god eye elder disdainfully chuckled. In the entire universe, when it came to god eyes, there were only 6 strongest people. The other god eyes were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs in his eyes. And now 2 god eyes had appeared here. Could another god eye have appeared? If that was the case, then god eyes were too worthless. "You want me to scram?" The eye that appeared in the sky seemed somewhat surprised. "That's right, I want you to scram. Scram. No one can stop my heart." The samsara god eye elder raised his head and roared, his samsara god eye meeting the mysterious eye in the sky. His voice was very loud, and he constantly shouted the word, "Scram." However, it was very loud at the start, but it gradually became softer. In the end, he was the only one who could hear the word, "Scram." The other criminals also had an overbearing aura at the start, but when they saw the elders change, they were all confused. What was going on? Didn't the boss say that he wouldn't give face to anyone? Didn't the boss's tone not have the slightest hint of compromise? Scram, scram, scram. The elder was still muttering to himself, but cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. This was because that pair of god eyes finally gave him a sense of familiarity. This person was not a criminal from the starry sky forest, but had just arrived. However, his strength was monstrous, and he had subdued a large number of criminals. He could be called the boss of criminals. And it was precisely because he had just arrived that the elder had not been able to react for a moment. You are the ninth boss. The elder let out a terrified voice. He knew that the situation was grave. Samsara God, your courage has grown. You dare to call yourself a king in front of me? I'll ask you one thing right now, will you compromise or not? An angry voice came from the sky. I like stubborn fellows the most, so you can try if you don't want to compromise. At this moment, Xing Daiming and the others were stunned because they noticed that they hadn't just encountered a formidable fugitive, they seemed to have encountered the most terrifying fugitive amongst all the fugitives. While they were still in a daze, the Samsara God suddenly charged at Lin Ling and kneeled. Little brother, I apologize for offending you before. I'm just a braggart, so please don't take my words seriously. In truth, I knew from the very start that you were extraordinary and never planned to continue fighting. After all, I didn't want to see a peerless genius injured here. Please forgive me, forgive me. This kind of attitude caused the world to fall silent. Previously, this old man was extremely stubborn and refused to give face to anyone who came. He insisted on fighting to the death with Lin Ling. Everyone thought that he was the kind of person who would rather be killed than humiliated. But now, he compromised faster than anyone else. No, he surrendered. The fugitive surrendered. And it was the leader of the criminals who surrendered? Everyone from the Wind Snow Academy was stunned. They had heard countless stories about the Starry Sky Forest, but they had never heard of a fugitive surrendering to a student. At this moment, Lin Ling had also returned to his original form. He frowned and looked at the sky. Who was that person? Little brother, you have to say a few good words for me. In front of him, the old man was about to cry and kept saying, who is he? Lin Ling's eyes were still looking at the sky as he frowned. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. This young man doesn't know the leader? What kind of joke is this? He is one of the leaders of all the fugitives in the Starry Sky Forest, and among the 6 great god eyes of the universe, he is also my leader. He is the 9th god eye. The old man quickly said. Lin Ling was stunned. The 9th god eye? Isn't this the old man I saved in the Yen States arena? Ha, little guy, we meet again. At this moment, an old man in a black robe walked down from the sky. His aura was extraordinary, and there were signs of space distortion around him. The 9th god eye. The strongest god eye of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. If Lin Ling did not remember wrongly, this old man was a demigod-like existence. No wonder all the fugitives were afraid of him. Coupled with the 9th god eye's temperament, even the fiercest fugitives would be beaten into submission by him. Little brother, help me. I'm very afraid of death. At this moment, the Samsara god eye old man was still looking at Lin Ling, his eyes moist. He was about to cry. He was waiting for Lin Ling to say something. If Lin Ling did not spare him, the 9th god eye would definitely kill him. Lin Ling looked at the ground and then said, Forget it. Let them leave and I won't pursue this matter. Of course, if they lose a single hair, I'll hold you responsible. Little ancestor, whatever you say. The old man was overjoyed. He looked at the fugitives and said, Do you see them? Do you remember them? You have to protect them well. If they lose a single hair, I'll take your heads. Yes. All the fugitives nodded their heads. As for Chu Yun, Fairy Xen Yen and the rest, they were stunned. They were going to be protected by the fugitives? Didn't they have to avoid the fugitives in the Starry Sky Forest? This result was beyond their imagination. Undoubtedly, they were also very shocked. If they passed the freshman trial because of the fugitives' protection, when they returned, they would probably become the world's first. You can leave now. Lin Ling looked at them and said, Of course, he looked more at Fairy Xen Yen. Thank you. Everyone bowed to Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had given them too much of a shock. Was this what they thought of as a student who got in through the back door? Next, Chu Yun and the rest left one after another. Zhuang Yanming's face was dispirited, as if he was sincerely convinced. In terms of strength, he was inferior to Lin Ling. In terms of talent, Lin Ling's dragon god was his ancestor. In terms of protection, he was now being protected by Lin Ling. As for the female students, after they left the Five Fingers Mountain, they immediately started chattering. Brother Lin Ling is so handsome. Yeah, when he just entered the academy, I already felt that he had a unique charm. After all, he is the only one who dares to not fear the vice principal. Hee, we all owe him a favor. At least we don't have to pay with our bodies. Who said that you owe Lin Ling a favor? You can repay him with your body. I don't care. If Brother Lin Ling asks, I will immediately send myself to him. Slut. After surviving a calamity, the female students were undoubtedly very happy and joked with each other. As for the male students, their faces were gloomy. At this moment, Lin Ling did not leave the Five Fingers Mountain. He had already obtained the Astral Origin Stone, so he planned to go deeper into the Starry Sky Forest. Senior, thank you. Lin Ling said to the ninth god eye. No need. The last time you helped me escape, I didn't even have time to thank you. But I didn't expect that in just a few years, you would come to the final world. Chapter 34-35. Working together. The other criminals looked at Lin Ling enviously. Only they knew how cruel the ninth god eye was. At least, none of them dared to speak to the ninth god eye like that. Earlier, I met a few criminals who talked about the space-time god eye of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. I knew it was you, so I rushed over and immediately saw you. The ninth god eye said. Lin Ling smiled and suddenly asked, Senior, are you the expert who gathered the criminals in the Starry Sky Forest and plans to enter the depths? That's right, that's me. Are you interested? The ninth god eye knew that Lin Ling was not weak, so he invited Lin Ling, because I followed Flame Emperor and the others here. I know that they are searching for a treasure in the Starry Sky Forest, so I want to disturb them. The ninth god eye said coldly. In the past, if not for Flame Emperor and the others, he would not have been trapped for so many years. Of course, this is my personal grudge. If you refuse to join us, it doesn't matter. The ninth god eye said. Lin Ling was delighted. Senior, I'll join because Flame Emperor is also one of my enemies. Right, who else entered the Starry Sky Forest? The Heavenly Court, the Divine Escort Mansion, the Flying Dragon Organization, and so on are all my enemies. It's because they are all here that I came to cause trouble. The ninth god eye said. With his strength, Flame Emperor alone was not enough to subdue him. It was because the other factions had joined forces. Lin Ling was even more pleasantly surprised. He immediately named his enemy. The two of them immediately hit it off. I've finally found someone to my liking. In the past, you caused havoc in the Yen state. Today, I'll cause chaos in the 9 states with you. The ninth god eye was also very happy. Lin Ling's strength alone was unmatched. How could he not be excited to have such a helper? He also knew that many people from the various factions had come to the Starry Sky Forest. He alone could not fight against all of them. Senior, do you know their general location? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. I know the general direction. Why don't we set off immediately? All right. Lin Ling followed the ninth god eye, and the ninth god eye led a large number of criminals into the depths. As time passed, Lin Ling suddenly realized that the Starry Sky Forest was very big. Previously, he was only at the periphery. After walking past the periphery, although there were still criminals, there were obviously not many of them. On the contrary, there were many great forces from the 9 prefectures. There were those who were famous and those who weren't. It was as if they had gathered here for some treasure. With so many great powers gathered here, the treasure must be extraordinary. Senior Ninth, are there any other forces other than the great forces you mentioned? Lin Ling could not help but ask. I heard that the 9 prefectures' 10 evils are also here. However, these sneaky people have always been secretive. So, until now, I still don't know who the 9 prefectures' 10 evils are. Then why are they gathered here? I don't know about that either. Lin Ling and the others chatted as they walked. They were even more curious about the treasure. And Lin Ling was looking forward to finding the Mahakasyapa incantation. The further they went, the fewer ancient trees they saw. On the contrary, the ancient aura was even thicker. White mountains of varying heights appeared before them, exuding a mysterious melody under the starry sky. I heard that these ancient mountains were formed from the bones of gods. When gods fell here, they transformed into these mountains. The ninth god, I indifferently said. Lin Ling nodded. It was no wonder that his methods had not been able to cause the heavens to crumble and the earth to rend. This was because the earth and sky here seemed to have been formed from the bodies of gods. The starry sky forest hid far too many secrets of gods. Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling came from up ahead. It seemed like a great battle was taking place. Everyone be careful. Don't expose yourself. The ninth god, I immediately warned. At present, before he could figure out the enemy's goal, he did not want to expose himself. Lin Ling, follow me. The ninth god, I called out to Lin Ling, and the two stealthily advanced. The battle up ahead was extremely intense. On a rather short hill, 10-some people wielded weapons and erupted with powerful strength to resist the skeletons around them. There were many skeletons around them, their bodies glowing with a jade-like light. At this moment, they were slowly encircling them. These skeletons were extremely extraordinary. These people had long ago realized this, so they pushed their techniques to their limits and destroyed the skeletons one after another. Damn, these skeletons are tough enough. I, a martial ancestor, only managed to destroy one after 10-some blows. Under the influence of god bones, these skeletons have long since given birth to half-god bones, so they're definitely tough. That's right. They're not part of the 6 paths of samsara and aren't bound by the laws of the universe. They exist in an extremely strange domain of the world. Perhaps only gods can punish them. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and attack, or else these skeletons will surround us. Rumble. Waves of light shot out, sending the skeletons flying back. Although the skeletons were tough, they could not endure the constant attacks of the experts. Gradually, cracks began to appear on the skeletons, and after a few more attacks, they finally shattered. Bang, bang, bang. The skeletons fell one after another, leaving behind specks of light. These were the fragments of the skeletons, which contained the aura of gods. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed. One of the experts immediately let out a cry of pain, and then his entire body was chopped into pieces. On the hill, the figure of a ghost demon shuttled back and forth, taking away a life every time it appeared. What's going on? The remaining people also noticed something. Oh no, there's another skeleton. Most importantly, this skeleton's speed is extremely fast. I'm afraid it's at the speed of 400 worlds. Someone's hair stood on end. That was because although the skeletons before were terrifying, their speed was extremely slow. Now, there was finally one that could move faster. While the crowd was still in shock, another person was killed. Heart Power Wheel. At this moment, the strongest person unleashed his talent. A black wheel appeared in the sky, rolling and emitting a metallic luster. The wheel of strength continued to shrink as it surrounded the hill. It's trapped on the hill. Everyone, surround it and kill it. That person roared furiously. Ding ding dang dang. At the same time, the black metal wheel emitted golden stars. Obviously, the skeleton also knew that it was trapped, so it attacked the heart power wheel in an attempt to escape. However, it was of no use. Caught it. Instead, the skeleton was locked onto by the experts, and terrifying attacks were launched at it. At the same time, everyone saw that this skeleton was actually completely green, completely different from the previous ones. Chapter 34-36. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Secret. This skeleton has already gained sentience. Fear rose in everyone's heart. A skeleton with sentience was undoubtedly much more terrifying than those skeletons that could only walk. Go to hell! However, there was only one skeleton with sentience. Thus, with everyone's combined efforts, they were able to kill it. That was close. The starry sky forest is indeed terrifying. It is simply a world of divine bones. However, we have survived this calamity. That's right. Those who survive a calamity are bound to have good fortune in the future. Looking at the shattered skeleton, everyone laughed. I don't think so. However, at that moment, a laugh came from the bottom of the hill. Two mysterious people in large cloaks slowly walked over. These two people were Lin Ling and the ninth god Eye. Lin Ling had 5 dantians and was adept at concealing his aura and strength. Thus, no one recognized him. The ninth god Eye was a half-step to martial god. His ability to distort space was very strong. Even his aura was distorted. Naturally, no one could guess who he was. "Your Excellencies, who are you?" The faces of the people on the hill turned cold. These two people had waited for them to kill all the skeletons before appearing. How cunning! "If you don't speak, die." However, the people were only afraid of the skeletons. It did not mean that they were afraid of Lin Ling and the ninth god Eye. Most importantly, their backgrounds weren't small at all. I should be the one asking you this question. However, the two people at the bottom of the hill did not stop walking. One of them said flatly, "I am from the new heavenly court. I am from Fuxing Manor. I am from the Duan family." The experts spoke one after another. They did not hide their identities. Perhaps their identities were what they were proud of. "Now you know who we are, right? Now, tell us your names and leave your lives behind." Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling and the ninth god Eye and sneered. "Just as I expected. However, I am very curious. Why are all of you gathered here?" Lin Ling had already guessed their origins. Thus, he was not surprised. In response to Lin Ling's question, the powerhouses fell silent. Dead people don't need to know so much. They were already planning to make their move. You said before that if you survive a great disaster, you are bound to have good fortune in the future. Unfortunately, your disaster has yet to recede. Lin Ling also knew that if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted to know. After exchanging a glance with the ninth god Eye, he took off his cloak and charged forward. That group of people had never imagined that Lin Ling and his companion would be so arrogant. Just the two of them dared to attack them first. However, only after the collision did they realize how terrifying these two people were. It was practically enough to kill one of them with a single move. One of them, in particular, had the ability to distort space and kill several people with a single move. In just the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, a large number of experts had died. The remaining people were all kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling. They were martial progenitor realm experts who had experienced countless battles of life and death. Under normal circumstances, they would not beg for mercy. However, the precondition was that both sides had to be equal in strength. But now, one side was far stronger than the other. They simply couldn't win. "Sirs, how about you let us go? We won't speak of today's matter to anyone else." One of the begging experts said with a frown. "Let me ask you something. What faction are you from, and who has come from your faction?" Lin Ling looked down at the speaker. "I'm from the Duan clan. Many experts from my Duan clan have come, but young Master Duan Yi is currently presiding over everything. I'm from the new heavenly court and am currently on the other side. Lord Ningbo Tao is presiding over everything." These experts didn't dare to hide anything. Lin Ling and the ninth god Eye glanced at each other. They suddenly sensed that the reaction caused by this treasure was even greater than they had imagined. This was because more people from the various factions were coming. "What have you come for?" Lin Ling put away his thoughts and asked once more. These experts immediately grimaced and frowned. "Sirs, we also don't know. Don't force us. What if I insist on knowing?" Lin Ling frowned. These people had been willing to talk about anything, but when it came to treasures, they became stubborn. These experts glanced at each other and sighed. Then, blood flowed from their lips as their souls scattered. "Dead." The ninth god Eye immediately frowned. These people were willing to kneel to them for the sake of survival, but when it came to treasures, they were willing to throw away their lives. This meant that the secret of this treasure was even more frightening than they had imagined. Perhaps they didn't know what the treasure was, but they swore blood oaths to never reveal anything about it. Thus, when they saw that we were determined to continue asking, they knew that they were doomed and committed suicide. Lin Ling indifferently said, "Lin Ling, if we don't know their goal and act rashly, we might end up alerting them, the ninth god I said. In truth, these people might not know what the treasure is, but I'm guessing that someone should know. His name is Duan Yi, and it's said that he's a two-talisman divine paladin. He's an early-stage martial ancestor. Lin Ling said as he looked into the distance. An early-stage martial ancestor can become a two-talisman divine paladin? It seems that this person has a good relationship with the gods. This means that his background is not small. He definitely knows where the treasure is. How about we go find him? The ninth god I immediately smiled. Lin Ling nodded, his eyes cold. I have a great enmity with him. If martial god Wendian hadn't interfered, I would have killed him long ago. Now, it's time for me to settle this grudge. In the past, Azure Province had welcomed a large number of experts. Although all the martial ancestors had been killed by Lin Ling, the mastermind, Duan Yi, had not. At that time, martial god Wendian had come and taken Duan Yi away. Moreover, if the old woman hadn't appeared, martial god Wendian would have killed Lin Ling. Now, without martial god Wendian, Lin Ling didn't believe that Duan Yi could still fly. Let's go. They should be in the vicinity. Let's find Duan Yi first. There are many experts in the vicinity. We have to be careful. The two of them took away the skeleton fragments on the ground and continued stealthily. The ninth god I wasn't afraid of these large factions. He just wanted to figure out their goal before taking revenge. As they traveled along the ancient earth, Lin Ling's group once again encountered people from the various large factions. However, this time, Lin Ling's group avoided them and didn't cause any conflict. Moreover, by following the tracks of these people, Lin Ling and the ninth god I gradually learned of Duan Yi's whereabouts. Duan Yi was at the eastern side of an enormous ancient mountain. After half a day, an ancient mountain appeared in front of them. Not only was this mountain enormous, it also gave off a strange feeling. It was extremely majestic, as if a god was sitting there. This mountain was clearly a divine mountain. Even martial ancestors might not be able to destroy it. The ninth god I exchanged glances with Lin Ling. They both sensed that this mountain was extraordinary. However, they also followed the ancient mountain and slowly approached Duan Yi. Chapter 34-37. Edited by Mike. Here my place is broken. After a long while, Lin Ling and the ninth god I stood at the base of a hill and looked into the distance. There were many tents there, just like an army camp. A flag fluttered in the wind under the starry sky. A large, Duan, character emblazoned upon it. The Duan clan was ultimately the #1 clan in the world, on par with the Jianghu clan of the Yan province. Of course, this did not mean that the Jianghu clan was very powerful. It was just that amongst all the clans in the 9 provinces, the Jianghu clan was the closest to the Duan clan. Senior Ninth, are there any experts? Lin Ling turned to the ninth god I and asked. The ninth god I immediately smiled. The strongest is a late-stage martial ancestor. Perhaps the experts of the Duan clan have not yet arrived, or perhaps they have arrived but are in another place. That's good. Lin Ling was delighted. The Duan clan was no small matter. If a peak martial ancestor was stationed here, they would find it very difficult to approach. Let's go. The two jumped off the hill and began to walk toward the tents. Because there were no experts here, they did not hide their tracks and were quickly spotted. Who allowed you to approach? Scram. Furious shouts came from the distance as some people walked out. But Lin Ling's group continued forward as if they had not heard anything. This is the territory of the Duan clan. Everything belongs to the Duan clan. Sirs, it's best if you don't seek death. What's the point of wasting words with them? Since they won't report where they came from, just kill them. The voices of the people who walked out grew colder and colder. The territory of the Duan clan? Lin Ling and the ninth god I glanced at each other and laughed. This was the Starry Sky Forest. When had it become the territory of the Duan clan? Sirs, you've seen the members of our Duan clan. So, if you continue to walk forward, it's very likely that you'll die. Cultivation isn't easy. Don't waste a lifetime of hard work because of a moment of impulse. At this moment, an older old man said faintly. Lin Ling's group was less than 100 meters away from these people, but Lin Ling's group stopped. The members of the Duan clan laughed when they saw this. These two people weren't completely stupid. They finally didn't dare to approach them. You can leave now. The old man waved his hand, thinking that Lin Ling and the others had obeyed him. However, the people around him shouted. These people were younger and had been stationed here for many days. They were bored to death. Seeing that there were two idiots coming to play with them, they wanted to play with them. That's right. They can't leave yet. Our Duan clan is a clan of gods. How can they leave so easily? A woman said. The old man frowned. But soon, a tall young man walked out. You can leave if you want, but you have to go through here. He spread his legs and pointed at his crotch. The people around were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. The old man was still frowning, but he soon shook his head helplessly. These little fellows seem to be bored out of their minds. It's been hard on them. They're young, but they have to stay here and endure the boredom. But it's fine. Let them play. He looked at Lin Ling's group and said, Gentlemen, I'm sorry. You could have left easily, but you're too close to the Duan clan's territory. So, you have to crawl through our crotch before you can leave. You should be grateful for our Duan clan's righteousness. He couldn't help but laugh when he reached the end. Since the old man had agreed, the surrounding people laughed even louder. Someone shouted, Perhaps, if you come here on your knees, seeing how sincere you are, you won't have to crawl into the crotch of someone's pants. With that, the person walked out and waved at Lin Ling's group. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a spatial fluctuation immediately came. In the next instant, a young man appeared in front of him with a sword hanging over his neck. The man's smile froze, and his pupils constricted. Who said we were leaving? The person who appeared was none other than Lin Ling. His expression was cold, and after saying this, he lightly slashed with the tyrant's song. Blood gushed out, and a head fell to the ground and rolled around. The eyes were filled with shock, as if he had died with everlasting regret. Perhaps they had never imagined that Lin Ling would attack in the Duan clan's territory. This sudden scene caused everyone to fall silent. Their smiles were still on their faces, but they were frozen in place. As for the tall youth, he was also dumbfounded. His spread legs were actually trembling. But at this moment, the ninth god eye finally attacked. He was even faster, instantly appearing in front of the youth, coldly looking down at him, and lightly kicking. Moreover, he kicked between the youth's legs. Crack! The sound of an egg cracking could be heard. It was very ear-piercing. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The tall youth was stunned, and then he hugged his legs and began to madly jump up and down. Ah, my place is broken. My place is broken. My fuck. His cries were extremely miserable. Impudent. The others felt a chill in their hearts. They no longer had their previous arrogance. Instead, they unleashed their strength and surrounded Lin Ling and the ninth god eye. Their faces were filled with killing intent and anger. These two had actually killed someone from the Duan clan? Sirs, do you know what you're doing? The elder roared. The person who had died was the son of a major figure in the Duan clan, and he didn't know how to explain himself. I'm killing people. Can't you see? Surrounded by these people, Lin Ling showed no fear. Instead, he spoke indifferently. In the past, when Duan Yi came to Qingzhou, he had almost killed everyone without hesitation. So why would Lin Ling hesitate when killing someone from the Duan clan? Everyone, there's no need to waste words with them. Inform the Duan clan. The woman in the crowd glared hatefully at Lin Ling and the ninth god eye. Everyone immediately nodded. Through their previous actions, they could see that these two were extraordinary. If they really fought, even if they won, they would suffer countless casualties. This was not something they wanted to see. If you have the ability, wait for us for an incense stick's time. The old man said coldly. Putting aside the fact that Lin Ling was not afraid of them, even if he was, would they wait just because they said so? Only idiots would wait. Divine steel of time and space. Lin Ling let out a low roar, and a huge stone tablet came crashing down from the sky, suppressing everything. Rumble. The young man whose balls had been kicked was directly smashed into meat paste. A moment ago he was inexplicably excited and wanted Lin Ling and the ninth god eye to crawl under his pants. However, his balls had been broken and he had been smashed to death. It was quite tragic. Everyone from the Duan clan was stunned. These two people were so ruthless. Everyone, unite and block them. Wait for the Duan clan's experts to arrive. Chapter 34-38. This person was a demigod. However, before she could finish her sentence, a figure had appeared in front of her. His hand reached out like a dragon's claw and grabbed her neck, rendering her speechless. Her eyes were wide open and she could see the person in front of her through the brim of her hat. This person was very young, about the same age as Duan Yi. This made her want to say something. Bang. However, the hand that was grabbing her neck tightened slightly and her head tilted to the side. She could not be more dead. Although this woman was beautiful, she was also vicious and merciless. She was the one who had shouted the loudest, so Lin Ling showed no mercy. Duan Ling, ugh. The old man roared furiously and his body trembled in anger. You'd better take care of yourself. However, a voice entered his ears. Then, the space around him began to distort. Everything was stretched and shortened. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Under this power, the old man was forcibly distorted to death. Stop! At that moment, a furious roar finally came from the tent. A large number of figures charged out, led by an awe-inspiring man wearing golden armor and riding a fine horse. A two-talisman god holy knight. Next to him were several late-stage martial progenitors who were around the 7th level of the martial progenitor realm. It was extremely difficult to break through to the martial progenitor realm. Even if one possessed powerful natural treasures, it still depended on luck. Therefore, a 7th level martial progenitor realm expert was extremely rare even in the 9 provinces. Who are you? Duan Yi rode his fine horse and stared coldly at Lin Ling and Duan Yi. You really don't need to know who we are. Lin Ling looked at Duan Yi and said with a smile. Why did you kill a member of the Duan family? Duan Yi asked again. Because I was bored. After all, I heard that this is the Duan family's territory and no one is allowed to come close. I made a bet with someone and thought that I could enter and leave this place as I pleased. Therefore, I came here to take a stroll. Lin Ling shrugged. In the past, Duan Yi had gone to the Azure province out of boredom and wanted to prove that he was different from others. Therefore, Lin Ling had come here today with the same idea. How dare you? Duan Yi was enraged. As the Duan family of the final world, no one had ever dared to provoke them like this. The reason was because they were bored. That's why he's here, but I'm different. But at this moment, the 9th god Eye also said, I just want to ask you, what is your Duan clan actually waiting for by setting up camp here? And is that place of treasure in the distant Divine Mountain? The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of all the Duan clan members turned solemn. The 9th god Eye nodded, not at all surprised by the Duan clan's attitude. It seems that you aren't willing to speak. However, I will kill you until you speak. He glanced at Lin Ling, who nodded and said, Duan Yi, it's time for us to settle some old scores. After he finished speaking, the tyrannical song sword flew out, and Lin Ling also pounced forward. The tyrannical song sword seemed to have a spirit as it followed Lin Ling. Kill them! Seeing that the two were courting death, Duan Yi immediately roared and pointed forward. The experts behind him charged out one after another. These experts were all at the initial stage of the martial ancestor realm. They also possessed the ultimate desolate body and were all 2nd grade. Brat Die. Dark Frost Emperor's force. A palm reached out, its 5 fingers looking like twisted lightning. It was extremely ferocious. 20% of the power of an ancestor. Furthermore, the palm was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, as if it would crush him in the next moment. Seeing this, many people immediately laughed. These two people were too weak to even withstand a single blow. But at this moment, something strange happened. A sword suddenly shot over and appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Then it slashed toward the sky. Rumble! That sword blocked the palm that twisted like lightning, causing that expert's expression to change. What a powerful boundary essence! Space-time divine steel. Boom! Lin Ling did not even look at the expert as the corners of his mouth twitched. Above his head, the huge space-time divine steel smashed down with a majestic aura. Not good. Uneasiness rose in the expert's heart. He wanted to retreat, but he realized that the sword in front of him was closing in. As long as he took a step back, there was a chance that he would be killed. How is this possible? The expert was extremely shocked. The person in front of him was too powerful. His realm essence was rich, and he had an additional physical strength. His physical strength was not much weaker than his realm essence. And that was not all. He could still control the steel to smash down. This meant that he was facing two experts at the same time. "Help me!" He roared, but it was too late. The space-time divine steel smashed down and destroyed everything in its path. Blood spurted everywhere. A martial ancestor realm expert was smashed into a meat patty. What? All the experts who had rushed over were shocked. It's him. He's the son of the demon. At this moment, Duan Yi finally realized something. That sword, the space-time divine steel, everything was too familiar. Son of the demon? The others had obviously heard of this name. After all, the son of the demon was the person who had humiliated their young master Duan Yi. They had also heard that if martial god Wen Tian had not intervened, their young master Duan Yi would have died in the trashy Qingzhou. It's you. Duan Yi's eyes were as red as blood. He suddenly remembered Lin Ling's words. He had come because he was bored. The last time he went to the Qing province, it was because he was bored. He wanted to let everyone know that he could easily capture the son of the devil. Now, Lin Ling was returning the favor. However, what was Lin Ling's background? What was his background? Did Lin Ling have the right to say that? Million Buddhas greeting. At this moment, Lin Ling floated up. The 5-meter-long dragon bow roared, and the light of the Buddha god enveloped the land. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless arrows of the dragon god shot out as if they were going to cleanse the world. Seniors, stop him. Duan Yi knew how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. Not many early-stage martial progenitors could defeat him. Furthermore, Lin Ling had an even more terrifying move, which was to summon the dragon demons. Bastard! The few late-stage martial progenitors roared furiously. It seemed like they had no choice but to intervene. Their talents were not outstanding. They only possessed the second-grade ultimate desolated body. They had only reached this level by sacrificing their life force. This was a way to forcibly increase their strength by burning their lifespan. However, only one among 100 people could overcome the tribulation of life and death and reach the late-stage martial progenitor realm. Since their talents were not outstanding, they had to rely on their realm origin and progenitor's force. Their progenitor's force had reached 50%. If they attacked, they would surely be able to kill Lin Ling. However, before their attacks could reach Lin Ling, they were immediately distorted. Furthermore, the space around them was distorted as if they were being teleported. Distorted space. The expressions of the experts changed greatly. Are you the ninth god's eye? In terms of the ability to distort space, the ninth god's eye was the most famous among the 6 great god's eyes. Chapter 34-39. I didn't kill you. No one could get close to Lin Ling. Instead, their bodies were constantly being pulled by the distorted space and gradually turned into nothingness. Looking at Lin Ling's side, his 10,000 Buddhas had also killed many people. Everyone, let's work together and kill the demon's son. Duan Yi didn't dare to attack at all. He rode on his horse and roared, but the horse he was riding on was also trembling. That was because a huge black demon had appeared in front of them. It was neither a dragon nor a demon. The combination of its ominous aura and dragon aura was extremely terrifying. Rumble! That huge arm swept out, and no one could stop it. Blood rained down. It was Lin Ling. He had used his innate talent fusion transformation. His physical strength had reached the power of 5,000 realms. Who else could do it but him? What is this? The other members of the Duan family had never seen such a monster before. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. On one side was the distorted space, and on the other was the huge black demon. How could the Duan family block them? They were all killed one by one. At the same time, in the west, north, and other directions of the huge divine mountain, the various major forces were looking east with extremely grave expressions. That's the Duan family's territory. Did someone attack the Duan family? It seems that the 9 states' 10 evils are here too. Should we go and help? There's no need for that. The Duan family has more experts than this. Moreover, this is a sensitive period. The experts of the 9 states are all rushing over. If we act rashly, we will become a thorn in their side. Powerful forces like the Flying Dragon Organization, the New Heavenly Court, and the Divine Escort Mansion didn't make a move easily. Everything was for that treasure. Since they didn't make a move, the Duan family was naturally in a terrible situation. In the end, only one person was left. It was Duan Yi. Run, run, Windchaser, run quickly. Duan Yi kept urging the divine horse under him. However, the horse's limbs were trembling. It almost knelt down, let alone run. Obviously, it had recognized Linling, so it didn't have the motivation to run. Instead, a huge giant looked down at Duan Yi and said in a deep voice, "Duan Yi, what treasure are you waiting for? That divine mountain is where the treasure is unearthed." I don't. Duan Yi said with a pale face as he shook his head continuously. He had already lost the will to fight because last time, Linling could easily kill him, let alone this time. At this moment, he was filled with deep regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have provoked the Son of Devil. The Son of Devil was a complete madman. He dared to slay a deity, dared to kill a devil. How could he not dare to touch him? So what if they were holy knights? In the eyes of the Son of Demon, they were nothing more than ants. "If you don't speak, die." Linling's cold voice rang out. Duan Yi did not doubt Linling's killing intent at all. Linling would really kill him without hesitation. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Duan Yi raised his head and said. Although the treasure was a secret and could not be revealed, he was not as resolute as the other members of the Duan family when it came to death. They would rather die than say anything. In the end, it was because his status was higher and he didn't want to die here so easily. "Of course, if you tell me, I swear that I won't kill you," Linling said indifferently. He used his martial heart to swear a blood oath because he knew that an expert at Duan Yi's level would never reveal the origin of the treasure if he didn't swear a blood oath. Sure enough, Duan Yi was tempted. It's a god's bone, a genuine god's bone. Legend has it that whoever obtains it can become a deity. Duan Yi shouted. When he said this, his heart was beating violently as if he had said a mysterious taboo. God's bone. Linling's expression changed slightly. There were 4 deities in the current world, but obtaining the god's bone would allow one to become the 5th deity. It was no wonder that so many great forces had gathered here. However, Linling was still skeptical about the god's bone. How could such a convenient thing happen in the land of the 9 prefectures? Was the god's bone unearthed on the divine mountain? Linling asked again. According to the records, it was indeed on the divine mountain. Moreover, there isn't just one god's bone in the starry sky world. There are countless of them. However, for now, only the god's bone from the divine mountain has been unearthed. Duan Yi said. The starry sky world was also a god's tomb. Legend had it that during the Great War of the Deities, this was the place where the most deities had fallen. If these gods' bones were unearthed, the world would definitely be thrown into chaos. Countless experts would be born as a result. That's all I know. You should let me go now. Duan Yi said at this moment. Linling began to revert to his original form and walked over step by step. Duan Yi's heart skipped a beat when he saw the cold look on his face. Of course, he felt even more humiliated. He was a god's sacred knight, yet he was afraid of a mortal from the land of the 9 prefectures. If this wasn't humiliating, what was? Linling looked down at Duan Yi and shook his head. God's sacred knight? Get lost. Duan Yi clenched his teeth and galloped away on his horse. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had to kill Linling no matter what. After he left, he had to ask the Duan family's 4 talismans to use the god's sacred knight to tear Linling into pieces. Rumble. However, he had only run a few hundred meters when the space around him began to distort. He and his horse began to spin around in the air. Lin Ling, you've gone against the heart of martial arts. Duan immediately jumped in fright and hurriedly roared. I didn't kill you. However, Lin Ling's voice drifted over clearly. He didn't kill you, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you. You might have misunderstood something. Lin Ling and I aren't together, and he isn't my boss. We're working together. On the other hand, the ninth God Eye's voice drifted over, causing Duan Yi's eyes to widen. If the ninth God Eye was Lin Ling's subordinate, then if the ninth God Eye killed him, the debt of death would be placed on Lin Ling's head. However, the ninth God Eye was not Lin Ling's subordinate. They were working together. Lin Ling had no right to order him around, so the blood oath was naturally invalid. Lin Ling, you tricked me. Duan Yi roared in unwillingness, but his body began to dissipate bit by bit. Like a leaf caught in a giant whirlpool, he began to disintegrate as the whirlpool spun around him. Most importantly, this was no ordinary whirlpool, but a spatial whirlpool. After a long while, the ninth God Eye returned and smiled at Lin Ling. The Duan family, I remember that they also sent experts to kill me. Today, I'll take back some interest. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Lin Ling also smiled. Now that he had gotten his revenge, he felt much better. The two of them disappeared from the ancient world under the starry sky. It didn't take long for the news of Duan Yi's death to spread to the nearby area. However, no one knew who had killed him. On the other hand, a day later, many more experts from the Duan family arrived. These people were no longer of the younger generation. They were all old monsters who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. The weakest of them was a mid-stage martial ancestor, and a large number of them were late-stage martial ancestors. Such a force, even if placed in the final world, was not an ordinary force. Duan Yi is dead? Who did it? Chapter 3440. All the experts of the 9 prefectures had gathered. We don't know yet because there are too many experts gathered around the sacred mountain. Someone immediately replied. He used the Eye of Heaven and Earth recursion to check, but he couldn't find anything. The ninth God's Eye's ability to distort space had caused the space in the area to be distorted. Young Master Duan, the sacred mountain is still in charge. Yes. The man nodded and set up camp on the spot again. However, it could be seen that his forehead was filled with veins. After the experts of the Duan family arrived, the east of the sacred mountain became quiet. However, the new heavenly court was attacked because the experts of the new heavenly court had not arrived. The disciple of martial god Wen Tian, Ningbo Tao, was still on his way. The people of the new heavenly court were all killed and robbed of everything they had. This shocked the area around the sacred mountain. Of course, the culprit was also found out. It was the son of the demon from the god-slaying alliance. When the news spread, the experts of the Divine Escort Mansion, Flying Dragon Organization, and Fu Hang Manor were shocked. Especially those who didn't have experts in charge, they were in a panic. However, not long after, the experts of Fu Hang Manor were all killed. This caused the Divine Escort Mansion, Flying Dragon Organization, and other major forces to join hands. However, after a period of time, the experts in charge of these major forces finally arrived. Every one of them was a mid-stage martial ancestor and had a 4th-grade ultimate desolate body. A 4th-grade ultimate desolate body was no small matter. It was much harder to raise one's desolate body by 1 grade than to raise one's cultivation by 1 level. This was because many late-stage martial ancestor experts only had a 3rd-grade or 2nd-grade ultimate desolate body. It was even difficult for them to raise it in their lifetime. Son of the demon, you deserve to die. When the experts of the major forces arrived, they were furious. They almost wanted to search the sacred mountain and find the son of the demon, then kill him and whip his corpse to vent their anger. I heard that the son of the demon is only at the sage realm, but he's so arrogant. Does he think that we don't exist? However, the 9 prefectures 10 Vicious, Immortal Temple, Creation Alliance, Tomb Guardian Tribe, Great Demon Sect, and Land of Eternal Rest are all here. So, we can't act rashly. Moreover, I've heard that a new member of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils has surfaced because of the divine bone. It's the Tin Ghost Clan. What is the Tin Ghost Clan? Why haven't I heard of it before? The various forces were all paying attention to the situation of the battle. They were prepared to risk their lives to obtain the godly bone. However, as more and more experts arrived, they also began to feel the pressure. The Tin Ghost Clan is the #1 puppet clan in Jianghu. It is said that the clan leader of this clan was a puppet created by God. After the fall of God, this puppet hid in the myriad of worlds and created the Tin Ghost Clan. The reason why they came here is because God's bones are the best puppet material. Bastard! The treasure hasn't even been unearthed yet, and the world is already in chaos. The Flying Dragon organization and the others were all furious, and in the following days, the Jianghu clan also came. The area around the Divine Mountain seemed quiet, but in reality, countless powerhouses had already gathered. Those below the martial ancestor realm were not qualified to step into this world. Of course, if there was one, it would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the only exception. Moreover, his battle prowess was so ferocious that no one dared to underestimate him. The world in the starry sky seems peaceful, but there will be a storm at any time. At the bottom of an ancient mountain, a large number of criminals gathered. The 9th God's Eye looked at the sky with excitement. During this period, he and Lin Ling had slaughtered the new heavenly court and Fu Hang Manor, and they had greatly vented their anger. However, as more experts arrived, they knew that the calm surface of the water was about to be disturbed. Once the godly bone appears, the Jianghu will be in chaos. Lin Ling also wished for the world to be in chaos. After all, he had come here for 2 reasons. First, to find the Makasayapa incantation. Second, to disrupt his enemies and obtain the treasure. Although Lin Ling was also very interested in the godly bone, he did not have the confidence to snatch it from the hands of so many experts. However, since he couldn't snatch it, he hoped that it would be taken by a powerful force he knew. We have killed many people from the Duan clan, the new heavenly court, and Fu Hang Manor. They should be the ones who want to kill us the most. Have you found out who is the expert overseeing them? Subsequently, Lin Ling asked again. Although other forces had grudges with Lin Ling, such as the Divine Escort Estate, the treasure was about to be unearthed, so the Divine Escort Estate had no time to deal with him. However, the Duan clan and the new heavenly court were different. They wanted to kill Lin Ling at any time. Young Master, Ning Haitao has come from the new heavenly court. He is the disciple of martial god Wen Tian. He is a level 4 martial ancestor and has a level 4 ultimate desolate body. He is one of the 4 heavenly ears in the universe, the Thunder Heavenly Ear. I heard that he can hear everyone's thoughts. One of the convicts said flatteringly. If Chu Yun and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked. Unknowingly, Lin Ling seemed to have become the leader of the criminals. The Academy's freshman trial was for them to survive for a year, avoid the criminals, and become the leader of the criminals. If this was spread back to the Academy, all the teachers would be frightened. 4 heavenly ears in the universe? It is on the same level as my space-time god eye, but it can't compare to senior 9th. Interesting. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. If his space-time god eye reached the limit, it would also be a level 4 ultimate desolate body. The new heavenly court has Duan Wuhan. He is a level 4 divine paladin. So far, no one has seen his ultimate desolate body. The criminal added. So powerful? The 9th god eye couldn't help but be curious. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. It's not that no one has seen his ultimate desolate body, but that those who have seen it are all dead. It seems that this guy is not to be trifled with. However, many of the 9 provinces' 10 evils are also here. The criminal said again and told him all the information he had gathered. Lin Ling's expression kept changing. The Immortal Temple is also here. I wonder if Senior Sister Yu is here. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Last time at the Heavenly King Mountain in Yen Province, Yuer had risked her life to block the 5th Demon Elder for him. Lin Ling had always remembered this. The Creation Alliance is also here. Senior Lu Qin, the 9-lantern fish, I haven't seen him for a long time. Lin Ling smiled again as he thought of an acquaintance. It could be said that the Creation Alliance was Lin Ling's comrade-in-arms. At least this force was not weak. Moreover, a new member of the 10 evils of the 9 provinces has surfaced. It's the Tin Ghost clan. This clan is an expert in puppetry. 30,000 years ago, when I wasn't a fugitive, I once saw them. They were very powerful. Later, they changed their names and disappeared from the myriad worlds. The Tin Ghost race. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. Because one of the leaders of the Godslayer Alliance, Majin Tianzi, was also a puppet master. Could it be that they were related? And the Tomb Guardian race. The criminal said again. Meng Lu of the Tomb Guardian race and Lin Ling were brothers. If the Tomb Guardian race knew that Lin Ling was here, they would definitely help Lin Ling. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. I've said that learning martial arts in the final world schools is boring. That's not the world of martial arts. This is the real world of martial arts. Chapter 3441. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The divine treasure had been unearthed. Rumble. While they were waiting, the divine mountain in the distance rumbled as if it was breathing. However, the sound was so loud that it spread throughout the entire starry sky forest. Everyone's conversation was immediately interrupted. Is this divine mountain a toad? Lin Ling looked over. During this period, the divine mountain would rumble every day. However, the frequency of the rumbling had increased over the past few days. Looks like the divine bone is about to be unearthed. Lin Ling licked his lips, anticipating the arrival of the storm. Kunlun. At this moment, a timid voice came from Lin Ling's body. Then, a small vine rose up like a child's arm. "Ha, you've finally woken up." Lin Ling was delighted because this was little Kunlun's voice. When little Kunlun sensed Lin Ling's laughter, its vine rose even faster. It was also extremely happy. Little Kunlun was equivalent to Lin Ling's armor. Every time he was close to death, it would protect Lin Ling. It was like a brother to Lin Ling. However, little Kunlun's vine suddenly faced the divine mountain, as if it was very interested in it. This shocked Lin Ling. Then he recalled little Kunlun's origin. He had encountered it when the Azure Province God Emperor changed positions. It could be considered one of the few things that Lin Ling could see through. Little Kunlun, have you discovered something? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. However, little Kunlun's vine swayed. It seemed to be just a feeling, but it was not strong. Lin Ling sighed softly and did not ask any more questions. In the following days, Lin Ling and the 9th God's Eye waited for the treasure to be unearthed. On this day, the earth shook. The distant divine mountain rumbled endlessly, and rumbling sounds filled the sky. The rumbling was even more frequent than usual. The experts near the divine mountain were all delighted. Had the treasure been unearthed? It's finally here. To the east of the divine mountain, a man rode a golden horse and smiled as he looked into the distance. Young Master Duan, we've finally waited. The experts of the Duan clan were also extremely excited. Duan Wuhan, I'm afraid that the divine bone will be accompanied by many treasures, so I don't want the divine bone. However, I want to choose one of the treasures. If you agree, I'll help you. Not far away, a large group of experts had gathered, and the leader was the Flame Emperor. Deal. Duan Wuhan nodded immediately. If it were before, he could rely on the experts of the Duan family to monopolize the treasures, but there were too many powerhouses gathered in the sacred mountain area, so he also needed some helpers. This was because he also knew that the Great Devil Sect, Land of Eternal Rest, Immortal Temple, and other experts were all eyeing him covetously. Goyulu. At this moment, the divine mountain seemed to have come to life. Billowing white smoke spread out from the top of the mountain, enveloping the sky and blocking the starry sky. It's unearthed. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Around the ancient sacred mountain, many experts flew up and looked at the sacred mountain with burning eyes. When they saw the white smoke, many people became excited. The divine bone had reached the divine transformation realm in one step. Attack! Without any hesitation, a large number of experts pounced towards the divine mountain, and the fastest among them was actually the Flying Dragon organization. Bastard! On the Duan family's side, Many people cursed and then looked at Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan frowned and then waved his hand. Duan family, attack. Our Yen province will be the vanguard. The Flame Emperor said boldly as he led the experts of the Yen province to the summit of the sacred mountain. He seemed brave, but in truth he also wanted to find a chance to obtain the divine bone. Moreover, even if he didn't succeed, as long as he obtained a treasure, this trip would not have been in vain. These pieces of trash actually don't follow the rules and strike first and gain the upper hand. On the other side, the experts of the Great Devil Sect, Land of Eternal Rest, and Immortal Temple all paled. Without any hesitation, they called for a large number of experts to charge at the sacred mountain. From a distance, the scene was extremely spectacular. There were giants, paladins, warriors of ice and fire, and other experts of heaven and earth surrounding the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain was very large, and at its peak, clouds and mist drifted about. It was as if a god was standing there, and all the living beings around wanted to get close to that god and become a god. Lin Ling, what should we do? At this moment, the ninth god Eye was nervously looking at Lin Ling from a certain part of the sacred mountain. Lin Ling frowned. Did their faction have to move out? There was no question that the closer they were to the summit, the greater their chances of obtaining treasures. This was also why so many experts were charging at the sacred mountain. But for some reason, Lin Ling felt that things were not so simple. Of course, this was only his guess and he wasn't too sure. Lin Ling, if you don't move out, we'll have come for nothing. The ninth god Eye called out once more. Lin Ling was finally about to move out, but at this moment, little Kunlun began to squeak, causing Lin Ling to pale. You can't. He immediately shouted, causing the criminals who were about to charge out to stop in their tracks. Although I don't know why we can't step onto the sacred mountain, little Kunlun is telling me that this is not the time to go up, Lin Ling hurriedly said. The ninth god Eye frowned, but in the end, he believed Lin Ling's words. At this moment, more and more experts were charging up the sacred mountain. They moved with incredible speed, and as they charged, they began to fight with each other, causing quite a few people to fall. Rumble. At the summit of the sacred mountain, even more clouds began to gather, enveloping the earth and giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the roiling clouds. Suddenly, the roiling clouds began to change, and war cries could be heard. The great war of gods and demons. What appeared within the clouds was the great war of gods and demons of the Age of Gods. There were ancient demons whose ends stretched as far as the eye could see, gods whose bodies shone with golden light, and a higher god with 12 wings. They ruled over a part of the world and were the most ancient legends of the 9 provinces. And now, the two sides were engaged in a great battle that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. Everything seemed to be real. The martial ancestors who were charging towards the sacred mountain were all stunned. Their bodies began to tremble. It was as if they were witnessing the great war of gods and demons with their own eyes. And they were nothing more than insignificant ants. How frightening! Lin Ling watched from afar, his heart turning grave. The strength of these experts could easily shatter the 9 provinces, even shatter the void of the universe. This was the pinnacle of strength in the world. Lin Ling, look at them. The 9th god Eye pointed at the experts on the sacred mountain. The experts who had rushed up the divine mountain were all motionless, as if time had frozen on the divine mountain, and those experts also started to slowly wither. The wrinkles on their faces became more and more, their bones became more and more brittle, and the power of the world essence also seemed to dissipate. A few moments later, an expert collapsed, gradually turning into ashes like a piece of paper being burned by fire. Following that, another expert collapsed. Finally, all the experts collapsed, their bodies withered and gradually shattered. A gust of wind blew past, and countless fireworks danced on the sacred mountain. These were the ashes of the experts from before. Chapter 3442. King Blood Skull. Everyone's pupils trembled fiercely, and a thick chill rose in their hearts. How strange! No one dared to move. They were dumbstruck. Their throats rolled, and even swallowing their saliva seemed to be much more difficult. They are all dead. The ninth god eye said, his face pale. The martial ancestor realm. Previously, those who had charged up the sacred mountain were all martial ancestors. There were even late-stage and peak martial ancestors. However, in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. This was too frightening. Fortunately, they didn't act rashly. Otherwise, they would have been completely wiped out. Even Lin Ling's face turned solemn as he looked at little Kunlun. If it wasn't for little Kunlun's reminder, he would have rushed up the sacred mountain as well. Fortunately, he believed in little Kunlun. Then, he looked at the various factions near the sacred mountain, and a smile appeared on his face. This was because many people from the various forces had died. And that was indeed the case. The faces of those top experts were dark, and their bodies were trembling with anger. Those were martial ancestor-level experts. The birth of a martial progenitor was extremely rare, thus the amount of resources required was uncountable. Now that one of them had died, the factions they belonged to were greatly weakened. At this moment, the godly mountain was still as silent as before. Rolling clouds and mist were still flowing, but no one dared to approach it. They could only wait. These guys aren't impulsive anymore? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh when he saw the solemn expressions on the experts' faces. Previously, these powerhouses were restless, deeply afraid that if they were a step too slow, something would be snatched away by others. But now, none of them dared to move. It was truly hilarious. Time passed quietly, and the clouds above the divine mountain began to disperse. Then, the top of the mountain cracked open, and huge rocks tumbled. Then, a huge skeletal arm stretched out. This arm seemed to have come from another world, exuding a threatening aura. Most importantly, the skeletal arm was red. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Some of the experts inspected the skeleton with their heavenly eyes and discovered that it was most likely a half-martial god realm presence, which was stronger than a peak martial progenitor realm cultivator. What is this? Could that be the divine bone? The various experts muttered to themselves, not daring to act rashly. Rumble. The peak of the divine mountain was like a volcanic crater. More and more cracks appeared. Another blood-red skeleton arm reached out and dug a hole. Then, it finally crawled out. It was actually a 100-meter-tall crimson skeletal giant. Under its feet, skeletons crawled out one after another. Some were white and some were green. They were like ants coming out of their holes, making one's scalp tingle. However, after all the skeletons had crawled out, water began to flow out from the top of the mountain and gradually accumulated into a lake. Gulyalu. The lake continued to bubble, as if something was about to surface. Everyone became nervous as they stared fixedly at the lake. Finally, an ancient boat appeared on the surface of the lake. Several boxes were placed on the boat. They looked simple and unadorned, but they caused everyone to hold their breaths. Although no one knew what was inside the chest, a chest unearthed from the sacred mountain must contain a great treasure. Perhaps the god's bone was among them as well. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned red. There were many martial progenitor realm experts here, but due to their limited talents, they had been stuck at the same cultivation level for over 10,000 years. It would be difficult for them to have a breakthrough in their lifetime. However, if they obtained the god's bone, they would have the talent of a god. It was even possible for them to step into a new realm. It's mine. In the Flying Dragon organization, an old man transformed into a black mist and quickly charged towards the sacred mountain. He was a 17-kill expert, a peak martial progenitor realm expert. Damn, that's Elder Yu. How cunning! Don't let him get the treasure. Look, the clouds on the sacred mountain have dispersed. That means it's fine for us to ascend the sacred mountain. The various forces were starting to get restless. Ha! When the old man sensed everyone's angry roars, he immediately smiled smugly. The one who struck first had the advantage. As long as he obtained those treasure chests, he would have a way to leave the battlefield. Therefore, he was not afraid. Following that, he looked at the gigantic crimson skeleton and licked his lips. King Blood Skeleton? It seems to be a demigod existence. However, I'm an assassin and I'm good at delivering a fatal blow. Even a demigod can be killed. A dagger appeared in his hand as he condensed all his strength, causing the dagger to instantly disappear. He had a 4th-grade ultimate desolate body and his progenitor's power had reached 70%. A fatal blow was naturally not to be underestimated. The dagger was completely formless and colorless. It had even disappeared from this world. With such a killer move, even a god would find it difficult to guard against it. At the same time, a dagger appeared above the Crimson Skeleton's head. With a terrifying killing intent, it slashed down. Although it did not seem powerful, everyone knew that such a killer move was the most terrifying. Bastard! Many people cursed. With a slash of the dagger, the Crimson Skeleton's head immediately split open, as though it could not withstand a single blow. Ha! The 17-kill assassin laughed smugly as he hurriedly shot towards the ancient lake. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. Ningbo Tao from the New Heavenly Court and Duan Wuhan from the Duan family roared angrily, "Elder Yu, how dare you!" However, just as the old man was about to reach the ancient lake, an arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the old man. The old man was alarmed as he realized that it was the King Blood Skeleton's attack. The King Blood Skeleton is not dead? At this moment, the huge King Blood Skeleton stared at the old man in its hand. Its empty eye sockets revealed only a trace of coldness. Its head was full of cracks from being injured by the dagger, but it did not seem to feel anything at all. Bang! The skeleton clenched its hand, and blood flowed out of its palm. After a miserable cry, the 17-kill assassin was deader than dead. Moreover, the blood that was left on the sacred mountain was actually absorbed by the sacred mountain. Terrifying. The entire area around the sacred mountain fell into a deathly silence. This was because a peak martial progenitor had died just like that. One must know that such a level of cultivation was not to be trifled with in the final world. For a moment, the experts of the various factions did not dare to move. In the distance, Lin Ling and the 9th God Eye laughed. What a majestic King Blood Skeleton. Kill it, the more you kill, the better. Obviously, Lin Ling and the others were extremely happy to see their enemy having a hard time snatching the treasure. What should we do? At this moment, an old woman from the Fu Hang Manor said. She was 13 blessings, one of the 13 strongest people in the Fu Hang Manor. What can we do? The treasure is right in front of us. If you want it, go get it. Someone from the Divine Escort Mansion sneered. They were all very cunning. No one wanted to be the first to eat the crab. Everyone, how about this? Let's join forces and kill the King Blood Skeleton first. Then we'll fight for the treasure with our strength. At this moment, a majestic voice floated out. It was Duan Wuhan. Many people immediately looked at him. They were somewhat in awe of this person. Ha, Duan Wuhan, don't tell me you're using us as tools. Chapter 3443. Fighting the Blood Skull King. However, even though he was seen through, Duan Wuhan was not angry. He said lightly, "This Blood Skull King is obviously a monster guarding the treasure. In the current situation, what else can we do except join forces? You know, after the treasure is unearthed, if we don't seize it, it will fly away and disappear in the 9 regions and the myriad worlds. At that time, who can find it?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's face became serious. This was indeed the case. Not to mention these divine treasures, even the fleece flower with spiritual energy would disappear if it wasn't tied up with a red rope. I can guarantee that as long as we join forces, the Duan family will also send a large number of experts. Is that okay? Duan Wuhan said again. Hearing this, everyone was finally moved. They were afraid that they would be used by the Duan family, but the Duan family would also send experts. In this way, if they died, many people from the Duan family would also die. Okay, I, Ningbo Tao, agree. Kill the Blood Skull King first, and then compete for the treasure. The Flying Dragon organization also agrees. The Wangu family also agrees. Around the sacred mountain, everyone had the same goal. In the distance, Lin Ling and the others frowned. Because these big forces had joined forces, it would be difficult for Lin Ling and the others to cause trouble. The Great Devil Sect will join. The Immortal Temple will also join. And the Land of Eternal Rest. Moreover, 3 of the 9 region's 10 evils had joined. Although they were not on good terms with the forces of the 9 regions, they also knew that if they did not join forces, they would have no hope of getting the treasure. Then let's unite as one. Seeing that all the experts had agreed, Duan Wuhan suddenly smiled heroically. Flame Emperor, you will be the vanguard. In order to prove that he was not selfish, he called on the Duan family and the people of the Yen state to take the lead. But Flame Emperor nodded immediately and rushed toward the sacred mountain with a large number of experts. New Heavenly Court, move out. Fu Xing Manor, move out. When the other forces saw this, they immediately sent out their experts. Kakaka. Atop the sacred mountain, the Blood Skull King stood motionless like a god. Its empty eye sockets were looking down at the ground. It seemed to know that these experts were about to attack it. Suddenly, a mysterious melody was emitted from its body. It was like an invisible ripple that spread to the vicinity of the sacred mountain. Kakaka. The skeletons on the sacred mountain immediately rushed down in an attempt to block the invading enemies. Rumble. Moreover, there were endless skeletons crawling out from the ground of the divine mountain. It made one's scalp go numb. The Blood Skull King was like a deity that could summon the gods and summon them. Everyone, be careful. Many people had seen how powerful those skeletons were, so their expressions were extremely solemn. Bang bang bang. Boom, boom. The entire starry sky forest shook violently, and the 2 powerful forces clashed madly. Both sides were indomitable existences. When the 2 sides collided, the aura was terrifying. It was simply the peak of the 9 provinces. Far away in the outskirts of the starry sky forest, the students of the academies had also noticed the scene in the distance. Their faces were all pale with fright, and they didn't dare to take a step closer. No! A fierce battle broke out, and many powerful cultivators were killed by the skeletons. There were white and green skeletons. The green skeletons were the most difficult to deal with. They were fast and had spiritual intelligence. Although the white skeletons were slow, their bones were hard and they were not afraid of death. The most important thing was that there were too many of them. Blood had almost dyed the foot of the sacred mountain red. Of course, many of the skeletons had also been destroyed, and the sacred mountain was littered with skeleton fragments. As for Duan Wuhan and the rest, their expressions were solemn. For the treasure, their forces had paid a great price. It could be said that 2/3 of the foot of the mountain had been destroyed. If they couldn't get the treasure, they would suffer a great loss today. Duan Wuhan shouted coldly. Riding on his golden horse, he finally moved out. Seeing this, Ningbo Tao and the other powerful cultivators also moved out. Their strength was stronger, and they managed to open a bloody path in the army of skeletons. Kakaka. However, at this moment, the Blood Skull King on the mountaintop also moved. A huge blood-bone saber appeared in its hand. It held the saber and slashed at the enemies. Flaming Emperor, help me! Duan Wuhan was the fastest. When he saw the Blood Skull King attacking, he roared. The Flaming Emperor immediately arrived. The 2 of them joined forces to block the saber. Rumble. The saber was about to split open the void. It was extremely terrifying. Duan Wuhan and the rest immediately spat out blood, but their eyes turned red. The Blood Skull King was really terrifying. I'll help you. At this moment, Ningbo Tao and the other powerful cultivators also arrived. They joined forces to fight against the Blood Skull King. They all had powerful talents and were at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. When they joined forces, they actually blocked the attack of a demigod. Good, that's it. Duan Wuhan immediately smiled excitedly and called on all the powerful cultivators to kill the Blood Skull King. Rumble. Their means were extremely terrifying. When they joined forces, not only were the skeletons on the sacred mountain killed, but they also killed their own people. However, they didn't care about that now. All they cared about was the treasure. However, the Blood Skull King was really powerful. It had blocked so many powerful cultivators and was still alive. On the contrary, many cracks had appeared on its huge skeleton, and the cracks continued to spread. Damn, even the top 10 martial gods of the 9 provinces wouldn't dare to fight against us when we join forces. This skeleton's bones are so hard. Realizing this, many people felt a chill in their hearts. If they didn't join forces, they could only run away in a one-on-one fight against such an ancient god. The Blood Skull King is about to collapse. Everyone work harder. At this time, Duan Wuhan spoke again. He was also seriously injured, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, even though the top cultivators had joined forces, 1 or 2 of them had died. Fortunately, all the skeletons on the sacred mountain had been destroyed, and only the Blood Skull King was left. In this way, everyone could besiege the Blood Skull King. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. The huge Blood Skull King was fighting against the powerful cultivators of the world without fear of death. Lin Ling and the 9th God's Eye were watching the battle from afar. Their expressions were extremely grave. In terms of time, it was only a matter of time before the Blood Skull King fell. And once the Blood Skull King fell, all the treasures would belong to Duan Wuhan and the others. Lin Ling, think of something. The 9th God's Eye couldn't help but become anxious. His goal was to cause trouble, but he didn't know how to do it now. Lin Ling, on the other hand, remained silent as he activated his 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes and stared at the Blood Skull King. Boom! At this time, the right arm of the Blood Skull King exploded, and bones flew everywhere, killing a large number of people. However, Duan Wuhan and the others were stunned, and then they all laughed. The Blood Skull King was injured. Kill! They raised their morale and attacked with all their might. Boom! With another explosion, the left arm of the Blood Skull King exploded. Boom! Chapter 3444. Undying Skeleton. The Blood Skull King was only left with its head and body. However, it still didn't fear death. It was as if it was its mission to protect the treasure. Arrogant, let's see how arrogant you can be. Ningbo Tao was also covered in blood, but he couldn't hold back his excitement and laughed loudly. All the experts were breathing heavily, but when they thought of the treasure that was about to be in their hands, they also laughed happily. You only have a head and a body left. What can you do? Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me. Duan Wuhan walked forward step by step and came to the Blood Skull King's side with his hands behind his back. The Blood Skull King was a demigod existence. If it could submit to Duan Wuhan would have a powerful left and right arm. However, the Blood Skull King didn't speak. Instead, its skeleton shattered. One of the fragments shot toward Duan Wuhan, but Duan Wuhan dodged it. His cheek was also scratched. This might be the Blood Skull King's reply. Duan Wuhan wiped the blood off his face and tasted it. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his right leg high up in the air, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. In the sky, an ancient mammoth appeared and lifted its leg high up in the air before stomping down heavily on the Blood Skeleton King. At this moment, an incomparably ferocious wave rolled out, and those who were weak were directly swept off the sacred mountain. Is this Duan Wuhan's talent? Although he was injured before, he didn't use his talent. This is the first time. Can you tell what his talent is? All the experts were shocked. Although Duan Wuhan's realm was not high, his talent was strong and fierce. It was said that he had the bloodline of a god. It was the bloodline of one of the 4 great gods. Boom! This kick was indeed terrifying, and it caused the godly mountain to tremble. The Blood Skeleton King was unable to block it at all. Cracks appeared on the bones of the Blood Skeleton King, and soon after, it exploded. Countless bone fragments scattered on the ground. The demigod Blood Skull King was dead. Everyone laughed, and they laughed with extreme joy. This was because even though the Blood Skull King was a demigod, it was actually a martial god. This was because its bones were too hard, and its defense was too strong. Everyone's laughter resounded throughout the divine mountain, shaking the heavens and earth. Far away, Lin Ling's group was frowning, and the 9th God Eye let out a long sigh. It seemed that he couldn't stop those fellows from seizing the treasure. No, that's not the Blood Skeleton King. It's the undying skeleton. Lin Ling's words left the ninth god eye dumbfounded, not understanding what Lin Ling meant. However, Lin Ling had no time to explain. He hurriedly led the ninth god eye and the criminals toward the Divine Mountain. At this moment, everyone on the Divine Mountain was still laughing. They could not help but feel excited. Some of the more impatient experts even took out wine to drink, as if they were preparing a celebratory feast. Duan Wuhan, with his hands behind his back, glanced at the people of the Duan clan. He found that most of them were dead, but he did not feel any heartache. Because as long as he brought the treasure back to the Duan clan, not only would the Duan clan not blame him, they would even reward him greatly. Exchanging several hundred martial ancestors for a treasure, the Duan clan had clearly profited. Thinking of this, Duan Wuhan's gaze fell on the surroundings. Suddenly, he frowned. This was because the skeleton fragments around them were actually tumbling. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was the wind that was blowing. However, Duan Wuhan knew that it was not the wind that was blowing. Instead, the skeleton fragments were being summoned and were gathering at this moment. Subconsciously, Duan Wuhan looked in the direction of the bone fragments, and then his face changed. He shouted, "Not good, the Blood Skull King is not dead." As soon as his voice fell, everyone stopped laughing and frowned. The Blood Skull King was not dead? Previously, they had sacrificed so many people to blow up the Blood Skull King. If the Blood Skull King was not dead, would they have to fight the previous battle again? At the thought of this, they shuddered all over. If such a battle were to occur again, they would most likely be completely annihilated. Look, there is a blood-colored bone fragment over there. Suddenly, someone pointed to the front and said, on the ground in front of them, a palm-sized bone fragment of the blood skull was lying on the ground, and the bone fragments around it were rolling toward it. Destroy the blood skull fragment. Everyone immediately reacted and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they found the blood skull fragment and prevented the Blood Skull King from resurrecting. An old man was closest to the blood skull fragment, so he took the lead and pounced on it, slamming his palm toward the ground. Yes, ancient Grand Wizard. Everyone immediately laughed as if they had solved a mortal enemy. However, before the old man could get close to the blood skull fragment, a sword slashed from afar and cut off the old man's arm, spilling blood all over the ground. Then, a figure stood in front of the blood skull fragment and looked at everyone with a smile. This time, everyone was stunned. What did this guy mean? You cut off my arm. As for the old man whose arm was cut off, he was roaring angrily. Hee, you are wrong. I should have cut off your head. However, the newcomer was extremely arrogant. With a wave of his sword, he cut off the old man's head. The old man died unjustly. If he was in his peak condition, he would definitely be able to block that sword. However, he was already exhausted after the battle with the Blood Skull King, so he was easily killed by the newcomer. You know what you are doing. Seeing this, everyone was furious. This person seemed to want to harm me, so I killed him. It's that simple. However, the newcomer was still smiling, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. That carefree smile had undoubtedly infuriated everyone. I don't know who you are, but you better get out of my way now, or don't blame me for being impolite. A powerhouse of the new heavenly court said coldly. Oh, what impoliteness. You'd better tell me clearly. Unfortunately, the person who had come was still unhurried, and his tone was even lazy. Anger. The powerhouse was stunned and trembled with anger. Does this guy know what he is doing? Don't be fooled, everyone. He is deliberately stalling for time. At this time, Ningbo Tao seemed to have come to his senses and said coldly, "Stalling for time?" Everyone looked behind the newcomer, and only then did they realize that the blood-red skull fragment was getting bigger and bigger. Damn it. This guy pretended to be stupid and crazy, so he did it on purpose. Who are you? Why are you ruining our plans? Ningbo Tao looked at the mysterious man with hostility, and the others were also filled with killing intent. Only a fool would dare to offend people from all the major forces at the same time. Hee, I am an old acquaintance of yours. The mysterious man shrugged his shoulders and unhurriedly took off the brim of his hat, revealing a delicate and pretty face. Seeing this face, many people came to their senses and said in a daze, "You are the son of the devil?" At this time, they finally understood why the newcomer had stopped them. Chapter 34-45. Stalling for time. The son of the devil was someone who only wished for the world to be in chaos. He was not afraid of heaven or earth. He was an old enemy of all the major forces, so how could he let them off easily? Now, they had finally killed the blood skeleton, but the son of the devil came to make trouble, trying to resurrect the blood skeleton. At this moment, if looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been slashed 1,000 times by the gazes of the experts. However, Lin Ling did not seem to care about their killing intent at all. Instead, he slowly took off his head, revealing his blue and white robe. "Why are you so fierce? We are old rivals. Can't we talk nicely when we meet?" Sigh. His tone was as if he was talking to a friend. But in fact, he was just stalling for time. And this kind of casual tone undoubtedly made the faces of the experts crooked. They were all life and death enemies, so how could they talk nicely? "Son of the devil, I know your purpose, but you seem to think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can mess up our plan by yourself?" Sigh. At this time, Duan Wuhan, who had been silent, also spoke. This was the first time he saw Lin Ling, but he had to say that Lin Ling was quite bold. In front of such strong experts, he actually dared to show his face. He also slowly looked at the blood skeleton fragments. He knew that it would take some time for the blood skeleton to be resurrected, so he was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he wanted to see what Lin Ling could say. However, no matter what Lin Ling said, he would die here today. "I think it shouldn't be difficult to stop you." Sigh. Lin Ling also spoke, still as casual as before. "Do you think stalling for time is useful? Even if I give you an incense stick's worth of time, you can't change anything." Duan Wuhan seemed to have seen through Lin Ling and smiled faintly. Hearing this, everyone looked at the blood-red skull fragments and couldn't help but smile. Every single one of them was an ambitious and ruthless character, capable of dominating a region of the 9 prefectures. Previously, they had lost their minds because they were afraid of the Blood Skull King. But now, they realized that the Blood Skull King needed a certain amount of time to revive. During this period of time, they were confident that they could kill the son of the devil and destroy the blood skull fragments. Therefore, they were not in a hurry. Son of devil, Lin Ling. It was an old man wearing a monk's robe. There was a Buddhist light on his body, but if one looked closely, there was a devil within the Buddha. This was an elder from the Immortal Temple. Lin Ling looked at him and asked calmly, "Has your saint arrived?" "Son of the devil, the saintess didn't come. Moreover, the Immortal Temple didn't expect you to know the saintess. The saintess won't be with you. Right now, she is transforming. As long as she succeeds, she will become the great Buddha saintess of the Immortal Temple. She will also forget about you completely," the old man said calmly. Lin Ling was furious. And Yuer had lost her memories after becoming the saintess of the Immortal Temple. Otherwise, Yuer would definitely come back. He had always wanted to bring Yuer back, but because he wasn't strong enough, he could only wait. "Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. Yuer is in the Immortal Temple. Although she can't come back for the time being, she is constantly becoming stronger. This is also her opportunity." At this time, a faintly discernible voice entered Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling to be stunned for a moment. Then he nodded. Indeed, Yuer would be safer if she stayed in the Immortal Temple. Moreover, she could become stronger. When the Immortal Temple elder saw that Lin Ling had suddenly calmed down, he was immediately displeased. The reason he had said all this before was to make Lin Ling lose his mind. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to suppress it so well. In the beginning, the Immortal Temple didn't put the name of the son of devil in their eyes. However, in the Eternal Forbidden Forest, Lin Ling was stabbed by Yuer, but he was still alive. Then, he killed the god, killed the devil, and then went to the Great Battle of the Yan Province and the Great Battle of the Qing Province. The insignificant existence in the past had finally become a famous figure in the 9 regions. All of these made him not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. If he maintained this kind of progress, Lin Ling would become a big problem. In the eyes of the Immortal Temple Elder, a thick killing intent flowed out. Of course, it wasn't only him. The experts of the Great Devil sect were the same. The fifth demon elder had died in Lin Ling's hands and was still alive. This had already caused the Great Devil sect to suffer great shame. The most important thing was that every time they wanted to wash away the shame, the son of devil would become stronger, causing them to fail again and again. This kid is really powerful. If he is used to plant goo, it will definitely be a peerless goo. The land of eternal rest was also full of hostility towards Lin Ling. As for the Flying Dragon organization and the Fu Xing Manor, there was no need to say much, including the Duan family. For a time, the Divine Mountain was a little quiet, and the oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Apart from King Bloodskull, Lin Ling was also the target of everyone's attention. Now, what else do you want to say? Duan Wuhan said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He didn't think that Lin Ling could survive. It was absolutely certain that he would die. He didn't expect that when he seized the god's bone, there would be an unexpected harvest. He could kill the son of devil. If so, Martial God Wenyin would owe him a big favor. Don't you feel ashamed that so many of you want to kill me? Moreover, in terms of seniority, you should be more famous in the final world, so it can be considered as the big bullying the small. Don't you have any shame? At this time, Lin Ling said lazily. It seemed to be sarcastic, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. In this case, if it came from someone else's mouth, we would give him a chance. But you, the son of devil, can't do that. You once killed a deity. Duan Wuhan immediately smiled. It seemed that he had put Lin Ling on a high pedestal, but in fact, he had also killed the scruples of the powerhouses. It had to be said that he was very cunning. Because if it were someone who valued face here, they would definitely not join forces to kill Lin Ling. Instead, they would fight him one-on-one. This was Lin Ling's trap. Thank you. After hearing what you said, I also feel that I am a big shot. Lin Ling immediately returned a smile, but his evaluation of Duan Wuhan had also increased by 1 point. This person was very powerful. On the surface, it seemed that he could easily kill him, but he still chose to use unscrupulous means. Such people were the most difficult to deal with. Then time is up. Lin Ling, I know you want to resurrect the Bloodskull King, but you seem to have thought too highly of yourself. Duan Wuhan looked at the Bloodskull King again and smiled. Unfortunately, even if I give you time, you can't make any big waves. You really disappoint me. He said it nicely, allowing Lin Ling to stall for time. It seemed that he was extremely generous. In fact, he had already calculated the time. Hee, I don't believe you can stop us by yourself. Son of devil, Lin Ling, I heard that you are the spokesperson of miracles. Today, you can create a miracle for us to see. To die here, to die by our hands, you should be satisfied. The powerhouses of all forces finally revealed their fangs. Chapter 34-46. Who said I'm alone? With their combined strength, Lin Ling couldn't possibly stop them. Even if they fought one-on-one, Lin Ling would have a hard time winning. That's right, it's hard for me to stop you all by myself, but who said I'm alone? Sigh. Just as they were about to attack, Lin Ling smiled. Not only did he not prepare for battle, he even put away the tyrannical song. Everyone was stunned. Ningbo Tao frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Simple. Simple. Son of Demon Lin Ling, there's still us. Sigh. Just as Ningbo Tao finished speaking, a large number of experts appeared in the sky. They were all criminals. They smashed into the ground like meteors and appeared beside Lin Ling. Although these criminals weren't the strongest, there were many of them. Now, it won't be easy for you to destroy the blood skull fragments. Sigh. While Ningbo Tao and the others were stunned, Lin Ling said indifferently. Duan Wuhan's brows furrowed tightly. Lin Ling had also prepared a trick. However, he immediately laughed and said, "It'll only take an extra incense stick of time. These people are just cannon fodder." Is that so? What if I'm included? At this moment, a large spatial fluctuation appeared. The sky above the divine mountain twisted, and an old man in a black robe looked down at the divine mountain. The ninth god eye. Damn it, the ninth god eye has been with Lin Ling all this time. I actually forgot about him. Damn it, we were tricked. We should have killed Lin Ling from the start. The experts were stunned at first, then their faces darkened with anger. The ninth god eye was a demigod. It would take a lot of time to kill him, and if the Blood Skull King were to revive at that time, they would be in trouble. Previously, they could have easily killed Lin Ling, but because they wanted Lin Ling to regret, they let Lin Ling speak slowly. Now, they were the ones who regretted it. Among them, Duan Wuhan was the most regretful, and his eyes were cold. We don't have much time left. Let's kill them immediately. Ningbo Tao knew that there was no time to lose. If he delayed any longer, it would be even more disadvantageous for them. Although the ninth god Eye is a demigod, he can't compare to the Blood Skull King. We've even killed the Blood Skull King, so why should we fear him? The expert from the Flying Dragon organization also shouted angrily. My apologies, but the ninth god Eye isn't the only one joining in the fun. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out again. Stop trying to be mysterious. Could it be that you, the son of the devil, can summon some experts? Duan Wuhan clearly didn't believe him. Sai, why don't you believe me when I tell you the truth? Think about it, what great forces have come to the sacred mountain that hasn't appeared yet? Lin Ling shrugged and spread his hands. It seems that the Creation Alliance hasn't appeared yet. Could it be? All the powerhouses reacted, and their hearts trembled. Was the Creation Alliance going to help Lin Ling? However, the more they were worried about something, the more it appeared in the sky. The ferocious nine-lantern demonic fish cut through the clouds and arrived with a large number of experts. The person in the lead had a faint smile on his face. It was nine-lantern fish Lu Chen. Previously, it was also him who had warned Lin Ling about an error in the Immortal Temple. They had already contacted each other a few days ago and had reached an agreement. The Creation Alliance. Everyone looked at nine-lantern fish Lu Chen, fuming with anger. At the beginning, they wouldn't have feared the Creation Alliance. After all, they had more experts on their side. However, they had already fought a great battle with the Blood Skull King and suffered countless casualties. Now that the Creation Alliance had come to cause trouble, it would definitely have a huge impact on them. Lin Ling, the son of the devil, it's you. Duan Wuhan was the angriest of them all, roaring at Lin Ling, don't be in such a hurry. The fun isn't over yet. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all and still spoke slowly. For some unknown reason, everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard his words. Lin Ling had really surprised them today. Moreover, when they saw Lin Ling's lazy appearance, they couldn't help but feel angry. When they looked at the sky again, ghostly aura billowed and numerous tombs of gods and demons appeared. Everyone didn't need to look to know what kind of force it was. It was the Tomb Guardian clan. The Tomb Guardian clan also gave you face? Duan Wuhan felt incredulous. The Tomb Guardian clan was one of the 9 states' 10 evils. Generally speaking, they didn't have any contact with outsiders. How could they give Lin Ling face? He had always thought that Lin Ling only knew the God-Slayer Alliance in the 9 states. Now, he realized that he was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. Perhaps I, Lin Ling, am more popular. I didn't ask them for help and they decided to cooperate with me. Also, I forgot to mention that there is another big force here. At this time, Lin Ling seemed to be rubbing salt on the wound and said another sentence. There is more. The hearts of the experts from the Divine Mountain seemed to have fallen into the abyss. This son of the devil was never done. Currently, the experts on Lin Ling's side might not be able to stop the Blood Skull King's resurrection even if they used all their strength. And now there was more. Even though these ancient experts had calm temperaments, they couldn't help but curse at this moment. Kakaka. In fact, there was indeed another big force in the sky. Looking around, there were divine beasts all over the sky. A huge phoenix was flying over with those divine beasts. This phoenix was very strange. It actually had the Azure Dragon armor. It looked like a dragon and a phoenix. On top of the phoenix was an expressionless woman. She wore a standard robe and gave off a very serious feeling. Coupled with those emotionless eyes, she looked like a puppet. Shigue clan. Everyone's face was full of disbelief. The Shigue clan had concealed their identity for tens of thousands of years and didn't have any contact with outsiders. Moreover, the son of the devil wasn't from the same era as them. It was impossible for him to know them. But now, the Shigue clan had joined Lin Ling's side. Son of the devil, son of the devil. All the experts shouted. The voices of people like the Flying Dragon Organization and the Fu Xing Manor were the loudest. This was because they knew that things were getting troublesome. With the help of the experts on Lin Ling's side, it would be very difficult for them to destroy the Blood Skull King's fragments in a short period of time. But not in a short period of time. They were afraid that they couldn't do it anymore. If all of them were here and not injured, they might be able to destroy the Blood Skull King's fragments in a month's time. But with the current people, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, everyone hated Lin Ling. Lin Ling's strength was not as strong as theirs, but he had stopped them at the critical moment, which was even more terrible than a fatal blow. Most importantly, Lin Ling was very cunning. Although he had so many experts to help him, he had come alone at the beginning, which made everyone careless and let them see him stalling for time. Kill him. Duan Wuhan's heart was full of shame. If it weren't for his confidence, this situation wouldn't have happened. Kill, 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 kill. Chapter 3447. The martial god had arrived. Please, senior. In the face of Duan Wuhan's fury, Lin Ling just smiled casually. Haha. In the sky, the ninth god Eye and the other experts laughed and rushed down, erupting with powerful forces to clash with Duan Wuhan's group. The ninth god Eye was also the happiest. After being trapped for so many years, he could finally take revenge today. Therefore, he was extremely merciless, killing a large number of Duan family experts. Senior Ninth, your great enemy, Flame Emperor, is over there. At this moment, Lin Ling said something at an inappropriate time. On Duan Wuhan's side, an old man's expression changed greatly, and then he glared hatefully at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling just spread out his hands and showed an innocent look, as if to say, I know you hate me, but you can't kill me. Flame Emperor. The ninth god Eye immediately locked onto Flame Emperor, because Flame Emperor was the one he wanted to kill the most. Son of Demon, you and I cannot live under the same sky. Flame Emperor roared, no longer daring to play with the divine mountain, and fled into the distance. The ninth god Eye followed closely. Today, he only needed to face Flame Emperor, so he had to kill him. Because the other experts on Duan Wuhan's side would be dealt with by the Creation Alliance. A fierce battle broke out on the Divine Mountain. Blood spilled on the ground and was absorbed by the Divine Mountain. You guys work harder, the Blood Skull King is about to revive. While everyone was fighting, Lin Ling's indifferent voice occasionally floated out. This made Duan Wuhan and the others even more furious. Moreover, because they were anxious to destroy the Blood Skull King's fragments, they could not display their strength and were forced to retreat by the experts of the Creation Alliance. Lin Ling stood next to the Blood Skull King, a cold smile on his face. However, he was also surprised by the battle in Martial Ancestor's world. He could not get involved in this kind of battle unless he stepped into the Martial Ancestor realm. Then, he stared at the She-Ghost clan and was secretly surprised. The She-Ghost clan had sent out all puppets. They seemed to be inanimate objects, but each puppet had intelligence. It was extremely strange. Moreover, these puppets' fighting strength was extremely tyrannical. Crack, crack. After a full hour, the crisp sound of bones breaking finally rang out. Next to Lin Ling, the gigantic blood skeleton slowly stood up. It was even bigger than before because all the skeletons had been absorbed by the Blood Skeleton King. At this moment, he had most likely transformed into the Blood Skull Emperor. A ferocious aura emanated from the Blood Skull Emperor, causing everyone to tremble with fear. The battle on the Divine Mountain came to a complete halt. The huge Blood Skull King stared at Duan Wuhan and the others with its empty eye sockets, making them swallow their saliva with difficulty. They knew that the battle to the death had arrived. The previous Blood Skull King was already so difficult to deal with. How powerful would the resurrected Blood Skull Emperor be? It was simply unimaginable. Their fate seemed to be total annihilation. Kakaka. The Blood Skull King suddenly disappeared and turned into a bloody light, rushing towards Duan Wuhan and the others. In mid-air, a huge skeleton fist smashed down. The Blood Skull didn't attack Lin Ling and the others. Instead, they took the initiative to attack Duan Wuhan and the others. Rumble. After the resurrection, the Blood Skull King was much more powerful than before. When the hard skeleton fist smashed down, not many people could withstand it. Immediately, half of the experts of the Fu Xing Manor were killed. Retreat! Ningbo Tao shouted at the crowd. He was already planning to leave the Divine Mountain. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. They had sacrificed so much and so many people had died. Were they going to return empty-handed? Wuan, you can't even do such a small thing. You disappoint me. However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly floated in the air. As soon as this voice came out, everyone felt as if flowers were blooming and withering, as if they were going to die of old age. It was a feeling of loneliness and helplessness. Even though the experts on the Divine Mountain were in the martial ancestor realm and had seen countless deaths, they were still affected by this voice. Ancestor! Duan Wuhan was stunned at first, and then he shouted in surprise. Ancestor? The experts of the Flying Dragon organization were also overjoyed. The Duan family was the #1 family in the ultimate world. Behind them was one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Furthermore, this person was ranked very high among the top 10 martial gods. This was why the Duan family called him the Ancestor. This meant that a martial god had arrived. Even the giant Blood Skull King was looking into the distance with its empty eye sockets. The sky in the distance was still a starry world. However, ripples began to appear like the growth rings of a tree, spreading out layer by layer. Heavenly chakra. Some experts mumbled to themselves. They had heard of the Duan family's ancestors' talent. It was said that this was the talent of a god. The life chakra that could control thousands of lives and strengthen one's body, making one indestructible. Endless life chakra bloomed in the sky like a flower blooming continuously. However, it was extremely sacred, and the light of treasures soared into the sky. At the center of the life chakra, a white figure walked out. It was as if he was walking in his own garden. Although his pace was not fast, he instantly appeared in front of everyone. This was a man wearing a white robe with a head of flowing white hair. He looked to be in his 40s and was extremely handsome. The white robe fluttered along with the life chakra, giving people the feeling of a god. His indifferent eyes looked at the sacred mountain, like an ancient well without any ripples. It was as if nothing in the world could move him. Duan lineage martial god. One of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions. All the experts on the sacred mountain, whether they were friends or foes, held their breaths at this moment. For them, the martial god of the 9 regions brought them too much pressure. And this was the #1 person below the god level. Ancestor. Duan Wuhan quickly knelt down, not daring to look at the white-haired man. The man nodded. His eyes swept across the sacred mountain and also passed over Lin Ling. Of course, he only glanced at Lin Ling slightly. Most of his attention was still on the Blood Skull King. Obviously, he seemed to know Lin Ling because Lin Ling had once destroyed a god. However, he did not care about Lin Ling. To be able to let him look at Lin Ling was a great blessing. Because other experts, even the 9 lanternfish, were not qualified for him to look at. Blood Skull King. The man let out a cold voice. He stretched out his palm and circles of ripples spread out. The Blood Skull King obviously knew that the white-haired man was the real enemy. Although it was very close to the martial god level, it was still a demigod. It seemed to be a difference of a few words, but in fact, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. As long as it did not become a god, everything was fleeting. Bang! The Blood Skull King stomped on the sacred mountain, causing it to shake violently. Then, it rushed into the sky and fought the white-haired man. Time like a painting. Chapter 3448. Retreat. Looking from a distance, one tall and one short, one big and one small, there seemed to be no suspense in the battle. However, when the huge skeleton emperor's fist collided with the white-haired man's fist, blood spurted out, and the skeleton emperor was smashed back to the sacred mountain. The entire sacred mountain was filled with dust. Duan Wuhan and the others smiled excitedly. The ancestor was really powerful. Picturesque landscape. At this moment, the white-haired man spat out a sentence and punched out again. A miracle had appeared. Hundreds of flowers bloomed around the originally lonely divine mountain. Countless plants grew. This was no longer a barren land. It was simply a world full of life. What a terrifying means! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. However, the blood skeleton emperor was still unafraid of death. As soon as it hit the ground, it immediately rushed to the sky and collided with the white-haired man's fist. Rumble! When the two fists collided, the white-haired man's fist hit the blood skeleton emperor's arm, and cracks immediately appeared on the blood skeleton emperor's arm. Previously, when all the powerhouses joined forces, countless people had died, and they had exhausted all their strength to crack the blood skeleton emperor's arm. But the Duan lineage martial god only needed 2 punches. Lin Ling, retreat immediately. The 10 martial gods of 9 regions are not people we can resist. While Lin Ling was surprised by the strength of the 2 martial gods, the voice of 9 lanterns fish Luchan came. Leave. The woman of the Guishi tribe also said coldly. Obviously, they knew that the situation was hopeless. If they were late to escape, it was possible that they would be wiped out. Martial god powerhouses. Lin Ling clenched his fists. In this battle, he had grasped the right time, the right place, and the right people. He could have killed all his enemies, but who knew that the arrival of the martial god would reverse the situation? In the face of powerful strength, no matter if it was a conspiracy or an overt plot, everything was useless. You want to leave? Ningbo Tao and the others obviously knew what Lin Ling was thinking. Although they could not stop Lin Ling and the others from joining forces as long as they could buy some time, and when the Duan lineage martial god killed the blood skeleton emperor, Lin Ling and the others would die. Haha. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but laugh. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At this moment, Lin Ling must be in great pain. After all, he was supposed to win. Boom. However, just as they were about to attack Lin Ling and the others, a huge skeleton fist smashed down. The experts of the Flying Dragon organization were unable to react in time, and half of them were instantly killed. Rivers of blood flowed, and all of it was absorbed by the divine mountain. Then, in front of Lin Ling, a tall blood skull emperor stood there, as if its head was the sky and its feet were on the ground. Everyone was stunned. The blood skull emperor was actually helping Lin Ling. This was too enviable. Even Lin Ling was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the blood skeleton to have intelligence. Previously, he had helped the blood skeleton, and now, the blood skeleton was helping him, Lin Ling. Crack crack. The blood skeleton's body was full of cracks, but it was like an invincible warrior, and it still did not fall. Moreover, it turned to look at Lin Ling, and its empty eye sockets quietly looked at Lin Ling. For some reason, Lin Ling felt that it seemed to be saying something. However, Lin Ling did not understand what it was saying. After all, he was not a skeleton. Kunlun. On the contrary, the vine on Lin Ling's left arm seemed to have come alive, and it made a sound, and it kept shouting anxiously at Lin Ling. Lin Ling and Lil Kunlun had a tacit understanding, so Lin Ling understood what Lil Kunlun was saying. His expression kept changing. Let's go. The Blood Skull Emperor can't stop the martial god. If we don't leave now, we will all be wiped out. Lin Ling shouted loudly, and then he shot into the sky. Ancestor, don't let him escape. How could Duan Wuhan let Lin Ling escape? He also shouted, 60% of our Duan family's people are dead, and it's all Lin Ling's fault. However, the white-haired man stood quietly in the sky and did not move. He said indifferently, don't worry about ants, the divine treasury is our priority now. Obviously, he knew that it would be difficult for him to kill Lin Ling and the others if the Blood Skull Emperor did not die. Even if he could kill them, the Blood Skull Emperor would also kill the Duan family's people, and that was not what he wanted to see. For him, the divine treasury was the most important thing. He would have plenty of opportunities to kill ants like the Creation Alliance in the future. Go! At this moment, Lin Ling shouted again, and the experts of the Great Devil Sect became restless. Crack, crack, crack. However, the Blood Skull Emperor immediately blocked them, and it seemed that if they dared to move, they would all kill them. The experts of the Great Devil Sect did not dare to move. Let them escape. After all, the divine treasury is in our hands. That's right, huh? Our original goal was the divine treasury. As long as we get it, everything else is trivial. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill the demon's son in the future. Then the experts laughed. Although they could not kill the demon's son, they wanted to annoy him. After all, they had won. In the end, the divine treasury belonged to them. Bastard! At this moment, Lin Ling led 9 lanternfish, Lu Chen, and the others into the distance. 9 lanternfish, Lu Chen, cursed angrily. If the Duan lineage martial god had not come, they would not have run away. Damn it! This was originally a battlefield for martial ancestors, and the Duan lineage martial god had suddenly joined in. How shameless! Not long after, the 9th god's eye caught up with Lin Ling and the others. He had killed the Flame Emperor, and when he found out what had happened, his face turned extremely ugly. Lin Ling did not say a word and led them all the way forward. Finally, they arrived at the periphery of the starry sky forest. Lin Ling stopped and looked indifferently into the distance. The divine treasury is not that easy to take. If we don't leave, we will all die. After looking for a while, Lin Ling said softly. He was still in shock. Lin Ling, what do you mean? 9 lanternfish, Lu Chen, was puzzled. The real divine bone is about to be unearthed. Lin Ling turned to look at him and said word by word. This was what Lil Kunlun had told him, and Lil Kunlun had found out from the Blood Skull Emperor. The Blood Skull Emperor had asked Lin Ling and the others to leave immediately. What? Everyone was immediately shocked. The Blood Skull Emperor was not a divine bone? Such a terrifying existence was not a divine bone? Moreover, the treasure in the lake was not a divine bone. The real divine bone was only unearthed now? This news was earth-shattering. Everyone was even more in awe of the divine realm. The real show has only just begun. All of them will die. No more than 10 people will survive. Lin Ling said again, his eyes cold. The 9th god's eye and the others immediately gasped. They were even more curious about the divine bone that had yet to be unearthed. At this moment, the battle on the divine mountain was still ongoing. The huge Blood Skull Emperor could not stop the martial god at all and had his arms broken. Duan Wuhan and the others kept laughing like victorious generals. Some of them were even more excited. They waved at the Blood Skull Emperor and said, "Little skeleton, aren't you very good at fighting? Come on." They had suffered too much before, so they were venting their grievances at this moment. Kakaka. Even though the tall Blood Skull Emperor had lost his arms, he still stood tall like a pine tree, guarding the divine mountain like a giant. Chapter 3449. What a terrifying sea of skeletons. The white-haired man looked at Blood Skull Emperor indifferently, shook his head, and said, "You are a figure of the era of the gods, but history has changed, and the gods are gone. Now it is our era. I see that you are a proud person, so I will give you a chance. Surrender to me, and I will spare your life." Atop the divine mountain, Blood Skull Emperor quietly looked at the sky, not making any sound. However, its empty eye sockets revealed a trace of disdain. The white-haired man immediately nodded. He stretched out his hand, and circles of ripples spread out. Then he suddenly clenched his fist and punched down. Time chakra! Layers upon layers of space exploded, and with the fist as the center, it collapsed in all directions. The Blood Skull Emperor was still indifferent. Under the punch, he was smashed into pieces, and countless bone fragments sputtered in all directions. Dead! Duan Wuhan and the others smiled. This time, the Blood Skull Emperor was finally dead. Go and take all the treasures. After killing the Blood Skull Queen, the white-haired man's expression remained calm. Yes. Everyone was overjoyed. Finally, no one could stop them. They shot to the top of the mountain and then looked at the ancient lake excitedly. On the ancient lake, there was a small boat with a treasure chest on it, giving off a mysterious aura. Divine bone, divinity in one step. Duan Wuhan and the others licked their lips and were about to make a move. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The entire sacred mountain suddenly shook. Blood gushed out from the ground and flowed towards the ancient lake. Terrifying. His blood was flowing backward. Goyulu. The ancient lake at the peak of the godly mountain quietly turned the color of blood. Ancestor, what's going on? Duan Wuhan and the others quickly looked at the Duan lineage martial god. Uneasiness rose in their hearts. The white-haired man also frowned. Even with his experience, he couldn't tell what was going to happen. Suddenly, he shouted anxiously, "Leave immediately!" Goyulu. At the same time, a skeletal arm quietly stretched out from the bottom of the ancient lake. This skeletal arm was completely black and emitted a blinding luster. This caused many people's pupils to constrict. Could that be the divine bone? Rumble. Finally, a change occurred. The entire divine mountain seemed to be overturned. A large number of strange black plants rushed into the sky. As if they had been covered in dust for countless years, they were frantically growing. These plants were also extremely ferocious. Their branches and leaves were like skeletons, and their flowers were like heads. Most importantly, there were so many of these plants that not only did they drown the entire godly mountain, but even the ground near the godly mountain was covered in black skeletal vines. In just a few breaths of time, the ground had already turned into a black ocean, as if countless black skeletons were piled up there. These skeletal vines eventually turned into a black sea that drowned everything. Not good. The white-robed man shouted and stretched out his left hand. A blue light appeared and turned into a vortex. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and a red light followed. The two rays of light were combined by him. Celestial chakra. An earth-shattering voice floated out from his mouth. He had obviously sensed that something was wrong. As for the powerhouses on Divine Mountain, their faces had already turned pale from fright. In front of him was no longer a divine mountain. It was simply a sea of skeletons. The sea was endless, devouring the heavens and earth. Duan Wuhan, Ningbo Tao, and the rest were all trembling. Suddenly, they thought of Lin Ling and the rest from before. Lin Ling and the rest were so fast that they actually escaped from this terrifying sea of skeletons. Damn it! At this moment, everyone started cursing out loud. Previously, they were still proudly clamoring because they had won this battle. Who knew that they were the real losers? What is a mere sea of skeletons? I will stop him. A powerhouse of the great devil sect roared and summoned a large number of demon beasts to rush forward. However, the black skeletons flooded over and the powerhouse immediately disappeared without a trace. He was directly submerged and could not be stopped. Most likely, his corpse was not left behind. On Divine Mountain, the powerhouses were even more panicked. However, the black plants on the ground grew crazily. Black light soared into the sky and immediately drowned them. Any method was useless. Could it be that the so-called god bone is actually not an inanimate object? The white-haired man floated in the sky and suddenly guessed something in his heart. The god bone had been unearthed. This did not mean that a treasure had been unearthed, but that a certain god from the god's era had been resurrected. Rumble. The endless black skeletons began to flood toward the white-haired man at an extremely fast speed. Celestial chakra. The white-haired man knew that there was no way to escape. He held the horrifying fate wheel in his hand and rushed forward. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. Countless black skeletons formed an ocean and rushed toward the man. At the moment of collision, a horrifying force burst out and the forest of stars seemed to be destroyed. In a place far away, Lin Ling and the rest looked at this scene with pale faces. It felt as if a man was fighting against heaven. No matter how powerful a man was, he was nothing but a speck of dust in front of heaven. The martial god of Duan Meridian is so powerful. It seems that he has blocked the Sea of Skeletons. Could it be that the Sea of Skeletons are the skeletons of the fallen gods from the gods' era? What is ahead is simply forbidden. Nine Lanterns Fish and Lu Chen said in horror. Rumble. At this moment, the white-haired man held the celestial chakra in his hand and resisted the Sea of Skeletons. The rotating chakra in his hand emitted a light and blocked the Sea of Skeletons. However, he didn't look surprised at all. Instead, he looked more and more dignified. Looking up, he saw an even larger Sea of Skeletons coming from the horizon. In the Sea of Skeletons, an ancient giant tree formed by skeletons grew up. On the trunk of the tree, there were human heads flowing. The branches were thigh bones. There were also heads blooming on the leaves. This tree was simply the most ancient forbidden in the 9 regions. Rumble. A new wave of skeletons came, which made the white-haired man know that he had lost the upper hand. I asked the heavens, where is the chakra? The white-haired man murmured to himself. A tree ring appeared on his chest and he patted his chest with both hands. Boom! Circles of light burst out and pushed back the Sea of Skeletons. However, in just a moment, the Sea of Skeletons came again. However, the white-haired man had disappeared. In the distant sky, he stood there quietly with a gloomy face. Previously, he had tried his best to escape. At this moment, he knew that he had come here in vain. He was holding 2 people in each hand. They were Duan Wuhan and Ningbo Tao. Today, all the heroes of the 9 regions were here to seize the divine treasure. However, they were all wiped out. Only the 3 of them were left alive. It had to be said that this was shocking news. Martial ancestor. There were even peak martial ancestor experts. Unfortunately, none of them were left alive. If this news spread to the 9 regions, the entire 9 regions would be in turmoil. Let's go. The white-haired man watched for a moment and finally disappeared. Rumble. Chapter 3450. The mysterious intruder from the cave. In the distance, Lin Ling and the others didn't dare to stay and retreated. Today, they hadn't obtained any treasures. But they didn't care, because compared to Duan Wuhan's group, Lin Ling's group hadn't been completely wiped out. The treasures of a god were indeed not so easy to obtain. Everyone hurried on with their journey without stopping for a full 3 days. They only rested when the rumbling sounds in the distance became softer. But looking at the distant sky, there was still a tinge of black that made their hearts palpitate. Luckily, Lin Ling, if you hadn't reminded us, we would have been completely wiped out today. After resting for a while, Lu Chen of the 9 Lanterns Fish sighed as he looked at Lin Ling. He had an extremely good relationship with Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling had saved his wife, White Fox, and after that he had repeatedly helped Lin Ling. But he hadn't expected that in such a short period of time, that Qingzhou Jr. had entered the strongest world of the 9 provinces. Moreover, he was extremely famous. If this had happened a few decades ago, he would never have imagined it. It was little Kunlun who reminded me. Lin Ling still felt some lingering fear, but he still smiled. Don't think so much. In any case, we're still alive, so we've profited. The 9th god I laughed heartily. But his words were indeed true. The other factions had been completely wiped out, but they were still alive. This was definitely a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Around them, the woman in the standard robe glanced at Lin Ling and said, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Ling, if you meet Prince Imogen, tell him to return to the Tin Ghost race. I have important matters to discuss with him. This woman was related to Prince Imogen of the Godslayer Alliance, so she had helped Lin Ling before. Her only regret was that she had come to the Starry Sky Forest for nothing. However, she didn't blame anyone because the calamity from before was obvious to all. Okay. Lin Ling immediately nodded. The woman nodded. She rode on the phoenix and disappeared with a large number of puppets. Lin Ling, it's time for me to leave. As soon as the woman left, 9 Lantern Fish Lu Chen stood up and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling also knew that Senior Lu Chen was the leader of the Creation Alliance and had a lot of things to do, so he immediately bowed. The waters of the final world are very deep. There are many divine knights. Lin Ling, don't lose to them. I wish you good luck. A huge 9-lantern fish appeared in the sky and flew away with the experts of the Creation Alliance. Those experts also waved goodbye to Lin Ling. Obviously, after several encounters, they were already familiar with Lin Ling. Furthermore, they were looking forward to Lin Ling's complete growth and becoming the ultimate ruler of this world. Let's go too. After everyone left, Lin Ling looked at the 9th God Eye. The 9th God Eye was undoubtedly in a good mood, because more than half of his enemies were dead. He took the criminals and followed Lin Ling into the distance. Following the 9th God Eye, Lin Ling felt depressed because he still hadn't found the Mahanata mantra. Not long after, Lin Ling and the 9th God Eye temporarily settled down in an ancient cave. After all, there was still a year until the new disciple trial, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to run around. All the criminals returned to the periphery of the starry sky forest. Lin Ling used this time to cultivate and raise his cultivation level. At present, he was still a 5th-stage saint, and his strongest talent was the 2nd-grade space-time God Eye. However, his heavenly dragon bone, great netherwind dragon, and realm-devouring beast all had extraordinary potential, surpassing the space-time God Eye. It was just that he hadn't encountered a suitable opportunity to raise his talent yet. While he was cultivating, a strange feeling suddenly surged into his mind. Kill. The scene that appeared in his mind was the great war of gods and demons. Countless ancient gods clashed against each other. Fight for the world consciousness. Because of your appearance, the order of this world has been disrupted. The world consciousness does not permit your existence. The world consciousness wants to destroy this world. The great war of gods and demons was extremely intense. Countless gods fell and countless demon gods were defeated. Blood flowed like rivers. Corpses piled up. The 9 provinces and the myriad worlds were destroyed. This war lasted for 10,000 years, and in the end, countless gods and demon gods fell. Only then did the war gradually die out. The destroyed 9 provinces and the myriad worlds should have become a land of death, but for some reason, this world was like bamboo shoots after the rain, and life once more began to spread. All of this contained the most profound order of the world, the great Tao, origin, intent, and even primal chaos. This was the most mysterious existence in the world. Lin Ling quietly watched all of this like a spectator. The intensity of the war made his blood boil. The deathly stillness after the war made him feel depressed. However, the chance of survival that followed made him understand something. Destroying the world was, in fact, creating the world. This seemed to be what the world consciousness wanted to say. The world consciousness, what is this? Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this moment, he did not realize that his soul power was crazily increasing. It gradually reached 12,000 steps. Your comprehension ability is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, a cold and emotionless voice rang in Lin Ling's mind. This made Lin Ling's expression change, and he subconsciously opened his eyes. Unknowingly, a man was standing in front of him. This man was tall and sturdy, and he wore a black armor. He stood there quietly, as if he was an unreasonable great Tao power. When did this person appear in the cave? Senior 9th did not notice? Lin Ling was shocked. Then, he realized that there was a small skeleton half the height of a human standing beside this man. At this moment, this skeleton was quietly looking at Lin Ling. Those empty eye sockets gave Lin Ling a familiar feeling. But at this moment he could not remember where he had seen this small skeleton. Lin Ling did not know whether this person was an enemy or a friend, but even if he was an enemy with his current strength, he could not resist. So he asked, "Senior, those illusions were brought by you." "That's right." The man nodded. His whole person was like a puppet. His voice was very cold, but there was no emotion in it. "However, I did not expect that you would be able to comprehend something in that illusion. However, this can be considered as your opportunity. You saved it, so I should return the favor to you. However, I discovered that you have the auras of several old friends. It seems that the karma between us is not shallow." The man said again. Lin Ling was confused for a moment. "Saved it?" He could not help but look at the small skeleton. Suddenly, a terrible thought arose in his mind. Could it be that the small skeleton was the blood skeleton emperor? Moreover, it was not dead. Then this person in front of him? Chapter 3451. Steel Slaying God Emperor. At that moment, the man seemed to know Lin Ling's thoughts. Hence, he went straight to the point and said, I am Emperor God Jianghu. I have sealed myself for countless years. A while ago, the seal was just released. Of course, this is not the most important thing. It is that you have the aura of Sword Demon and that annoying old man. Hence, this is one of the main reasons why I came to see you. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The Sword Demon was obviously referring to his sword hilt. As for the old man, he was probably Xiao Yu's grandfather. Who would have thought that Xiao Yu's grandfather's background was even greater than he had imagined? Apart from that, you also have a very surprising thing, which is the vine on your arm. Meanwhile, the man spoke once more. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling was alarmed. He looked at his left arm and realized that little Kunlun had already woken up. Its vines were swaying as though it was sizing up the man. The man was also looking at the vine. His emotionless eyes changed, revealing a trace of emotion, a complex emotion. Alas! In the end, the man sighed softly and said, It hasn't woken up yet. I'll teach it a divine ability, the extreme imprisoning divine mark. This will greatly increase its strength and allow it to undergo a transformation. Hearing this, Lin Ling was immediately overjoyed. Because little Kunlun was already extremely powerful. If it could transform again, then what kind of limit could its strength reach? In fact, this was originally his. However, the man added another sentence and then pointed at little Kunlun with his right hand. A black light pattern shrouded Mini Kunlun, and Mini Kunlun instantly became dispirited as the vines sank. Lin Ling couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, it's just absorbing the fading memories. After he finished speaking, his eyebrows twitched, and the tyrannical song sword behind Lin Ling floated out. This sword has the power to slay gods. Unfortunately, the missing broken swords have not been gathered. Moreover, I think that it will be very difficult for you to obtain the remaining broken swords. Let me activate the full power of this sword hilt for you. The man quietly looked at the sword hilt, as if he was reminiscing. Countless years ago, this sword's name had once shaken the era of deities, but in the end, it ended up in such a state, making him sigh greatly. The man's eyes emitted a black light that enveloped the tyrannical song sword. The tyrannical song sword immediately trembled before it regained its tranquility. I've already activated all the ancestral energy in this sword for you. But how much you can use will depend on you. Remember, the master of this sword is extremely terrifying. Hence, this sword has its own pride and divine heart. If you want to obtain its help, you have to subdue it. If you can make it submit, you will be able to activate all the ancestral energy in it. In addition, the ancestral energy in this devil sword is even more terrifying compared to ordinary ancestral energy. Of course, if you can find the remaining broken swords, you will have the power to kill immortals and destroy gods. Ancestral power. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. Progenitor's power, this was the power controlled by the martial ancestors. It was extremely powerful. And this sword hilt had actually activated all of its ancestral power. However, this sword hilt was also a double-edged sword. Wanting to use his ancestral power was also very difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Ling felt a little depressed. He had two powerful techniques. Killing martial ancestors and destroying gods was as easy as flipping his hand. However, these techniques had side effects. One was the sword hilt, and the other was the True Inheritance Dark Sword. If he wanted to activate the True Inheritance Dark Sword to its limit, Lin Ling would have to step into the martial ancestor realm. In the past, Li Xiaoyao was already in the martial ancestor realm. With the True Inheritance Dark Sword, he rose to prominence in an era and was known as a genius. The divine weapon you have is also very powerful. Unfortunately, it's an acquired divine weapon. In terms of potential, it can't compare to the Sword Demon Sword. As if he had guessed Lin Ling's thoughts, the man suddenly said, Acquired and innate were only one word apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. The innate divine weapons were all left behind from the era of gods. Of course, although you have many techniques left behind from the era of gods, there's an aura in your body that even I can't see through. Grasp it well. In the future, you will find that this power might be able to dominate the entire world. The man spoke again, and his expression turned serious at this moment. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He suddenly guessed that the power was the chaos divine formula. Currently, he had opened 5 dansons. If he opened 9 dansons, perhaps something would happen. Alright, I've said what I should say and returned the favor. Now I have to go. At this moment, the man turned around and left with the little skeleton. Senior, wait, do you know the Mahamantra? Lin Ling hurriedly called out to him. Mahamantra? The man stopped in his tracks and frowned. Then he smiled and said, not many people know this mantra. Since you're able to come up with this mantra, someone must have entrusted it to you. I know this mantra. It's useless to you, but it's useful to some people. It's used to check the will of the world. Since you mentioned it, I'll pass it to you. Then, when the man saw Lin Ling nodding, he smiled again and drew in the air with his right hand. Ancient divine language appeared, and it was extremely dazzling. Then, it turned into a piece of black cloth. There were many words on the cloth, as if it was a Buddhist mantra. With your current strength, you can't peek at the Mahamantra. So, you just need to pass it to someone who needs it. Then, the man pushed the cloth to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it and hurriedly put it away. Then, he asked curiously, Senior, what is the will of the world? Previously, during the war between the gods, he had also heard this phrase. Now that he heard it again, he felt that the will of the world seemed to be very important. You don't need to know now. You only need to know that the ancient war between the gods was caused by the will of the world. The man looked at the top of the mountain. It was as if he could see through the mountain top and see the endless starry sky, as if he could see the war between the gods a long, long time ago. Okay, I'm leaving. Don't let down the potential in your body. You have several great talents. Except for the God Eye's talent that is more average, the other talents have endless potential. Of course, the power in your body is the strongest existence. So, for now, you should focus on increasing your strength. Perhaps in the future, we will meet again. Besides that, there are more gods in this world than you can imagine. Moreover, you have the aura of a few of them. That means you've met a few of them. Fortunately, all of them are very friendly to you. However, not every god will be friendly to you. You should be more careful next time. Okay, I should go too. The man looked deeply at Lin Ling, turned around, and walked out of the cave. The little skeleton, who was following beside the man, suddenly waved at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling stunned. He never thought that the blood skeleton emperor, who made people's scalps tingle, would be so cute. Chapter 3452. The trial was over. In his memories, other than Xiao Yu's grandfather, there weren't many people he couldn't see through. As for Lei Gong, Lin Ling had never met him, so he shouldn't count. Suddenly, Lin Ling recalled a person he had met a long, long time ago. It was a blue-robed youth who also possessed one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. It was him who had introduced Lin Ling to the martial god barracks of the Azure province. Speaking of people he couldn't see through, perhaps that blue-robed youth was one of them. Although that youth also possessed one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe and his potential was the same as Lin Ling's, who could guarantee that the youth's strongest ability was his eyes. The world of the 9 provinces is filled with boundless mysteries. Even Li Xiaoyao of the past was only a junior in front of these gods. Sigh. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. The arrival of the man from before had undoubtedly opened Lin Ling's eyes. It made him feel that the current situation was just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, a figure rushed into the cave and stared at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling, what happened? This person was the 9th god eye. He had been cultivating outside the cave when he sensed a mysterious ripple. What terrified him was that he couldn't move even if he wanted to. After all, he was a peak martial ancestor, a demigod existence. Thus, after everything had returned to normal, He had rushed into the cave to see if Lin Ling was all right. "I'm fine. A god called the Steel-Slaying God Emperor came earlier." Lin Ling chuckled and then told him what had happened. Of course, he concealed many things, only saying that the other party had come to thank him. The ninth god I immediately sucked in a cold breath of air. That terrifying existence that had killed countless martial ancestors had actually come. Moreover, he had come to thank Lin Ling? The ninth god I couldn't help but feel envious. In the current 9 provinces and the myriad worlds, there were very few people who had the fortune to meet a god. Even he, the ninth god I, had only heard of them and had never seen one. If he knew that not only had Lin Ling seen them, but he had even seen a few of them, he would probably be so shocked that his jaw would drop to the ground. Truly a fellow that makes one's eyes red with envy. I've heard that those who have met gods will have a bit of divine light protecting them. This sort of divine light doesn't seem to be of much help, but at a critical moment, it can change one's fate and reverse one's luck, the ninth god I said. This was also why all the martial artists in the world wanted to meet gods. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder that man was able to sense the divine aura on his body. It must be because of this. Don't worry, he has already left the starry sky forest. So, let's think about what to do next. Senior Ninth, I will be in seclusion for a period of time until the end of the trial. Where do you plan to go? Lin Ling asked. The ninth god I seemed to be staying by Lin Ling's side, but in reality he was protecting Lin Ling. Now that he heard that Lin Ling was leaving, he smiled. I should also leave. As for where I'll go, I should wander the 9 provinces as I wish. Although I killed the Flame Emperor, I still have many enemies to kill. Very well. If Senior Ninth needs anything from this junior, feel free to come to the final world, Snow City, and find me. Okay, until we meet again. The ninth god I smiled and left the cave. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. He first glanced at little Kunlun and found that it was still sleeping, so he decided not to disturb it. Instead, he began to pay attention to the tyrannical Song Sword. This sword could stimulate the power of ancestors. It had clearly become one of Lin Ling's strongest trump cards. Moreover, the limit of this sword was to slay immortals and gods. This made Lin Ling even more expectant of the remaining broken swords. While he was comprehending the tyrant Song Sword, a mysterious power suddenly came from the sword and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. After this power entered Lin Ling's body, it immediately rushed to the space-time divine steel, causing the colorful flames to surge. Lin Ling was shocked. He then guessed that this was left behind by that man. He had left behind a divine power to help him stimulate the potential of the space-time divine eye. And this power was sacred and ancient, as if it could do anything. It gave Lin Ling a feeling of defying the heavens and changing his fate. In the depths of his dantian, the space-time divine eye had risen by another level, reaching the ultimate third-grade desolate body. Moreover, during this process, Lin Ling's cultivation had also risen, reaching the 6th stage of the Saint Realm. All 5 of his dantians had reached perfection. In the end, the divine energy disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and an excited look appeared on his face. His strength had increased by more than 40%. It had to be known that after the battle not long ago, he deeply felt his own insignificance. But now, he was one step closer to the world of gods. Of course, compared to the increase in realm, Lin Ling was the happiest about the improvement of the space-time divine eye. This was because increasing the realm was not difficult, but increasing the ultimate desolate body was a headache. Unfortunately, the dragon bone and the great nether wind dragon required more precious dragon pearls. Otherwise, he could have cultivated the 6th arrow of the great solar calamity bow. In addition, the realm-swallowing beast talent was also extraordinary, but he had not found a suitable way to improve it. Kakaka. Lin Ling stood up. An ancient aura spread out from his body. He was like a god or an emperor. With a step, he had the power to awaken tens of thousands of creatures. This was the power of the universe's great Tao. However, it was very weak on Lin Ling's body. Then Lin Ling walked out of the cave. His eyes looked at the dark starry sky, and his mind recalled bits and pieces of the past. The ancient face sect of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the 7 profound martial house of the Rainforest Holy Land, the Qing province, and so on. Without knowing when, Lin Ling had already spent countless years learning martial arts. Thinking back, all of this had not been easy. And Lin Ling's accumulated martial arts foundation was also vast and boundless. If anyone could obtain Lin Ling's memories, they could instantly become a powerhouse. And this martial arts foundation was precious. It was an indispensable step in comprehending the universe's great Tao. Let's go back. Lin Ling stepped out and once again set foot on his journey. In the ancient starry sky forest, Lin Ling was like a lonely swordsman, moving forward on the lonely earth. Unknowingly, a year had passed. At the outermost periphery of the starry sky forest, an ancient god's transmission array appeared. This god's transmission array was extremely large, occupying several large mountains. This was the god's transmission array from the Snow Wind Academy. Obviously, the 1-year trial for new students had ended. Mission complete. Good, we have a chance to become a student of the Divine Second Hall. Beneath the mountains, the powerhouses of the Snow Wind Academy were overjoyed. This nightmare was finally over. They knew that in this short year, they had suffered countless casualties. Especially the great battle in the depths of the starry sky forest. This had simply frightened them to death. Luckily, they could leave now. It could be said that besides a powerhouse on the level of the Dean, no one else would be able to touch the great battle in the depths of the starry sky forest. It's over. Chapter 3453. What a lucky guy. In the past year, each day felt like a year to them. Especially when they thought of the man in their class, Lin Ling, they had mixed feelings. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they definitely wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. Zhuang Yanming and the rest also thought the same. They silently looked into the distance and sighed as they walked into the teleportation array. Do you think he's still alive? Someone suddenly said in a low voice, causing the surroundings to become very quiet. A few days ago, you all saw that there seemed to be a great battle in the depths, and he seemed to have entered the depths. With his strength, Sai. Yes, I know that many experts have gathered in the depths. They are all looking for the sacred mountain because a friend of my father's was fated to participate in that operation. He even said to me that he would come and find me after the matter was over. But now, he has disappeared without a trace. Perhaps he has already fallen. That senior is at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. That means that he should have died in the depths. Chu Yun and the rest's faces dimmed. They all thought that Lin Ling was already dead. After all, the starry sky forest was one of the 7 forbidden lands in the 9 prefectures. It naturally had its terrifying aspects. Even martial ancestor realm experts didn't dare to move freely in this place, let alone Lin Ling who was at the sage stage. Then, the teleportation array bloomed with light and sent everyone back to the Snow Wind Academy. At this moment, the Snow Wind Academy was extremely lively. Because the freshman trial had ended, many of the students in this batch could enter the Shun Second Hall. Especially those who had obtained the Star Origin Stone, entering the Shun Second Hall was a certainty. Many experts of the Snow Wind City stood there quietly, smiling as they watched this scene. The freshman trial had actually attracted many of the big shots of the Snow Wind City. After a series of excited conversations, suddenly, many people looked at the teleportation array. Lin Ling, is he back? Someone said indifferently. Among the current freshmen, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the most eye-catching because before entering the starry sky forest, Lin Ling's arrogance was obvious to all. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling hadn't returned. What's the use of a guy who got in through the back door if he's not dead? At this moment, a young man laughed sinisterly. After he finished speaking, he looked at teacher Zhou Lin. Obviously, he was teacher Zhou Lin's student. Everyone suddenly laughed. Many people still regarded Lin Ling as trash who got in through the back door. Wait, he isn't someone who got in through the back door. Take back your words or don't blame me for being rude. But at this moment, another voice, surprisingly, was S. Zhuang Yanming Zhuang? Zhuang Yanming, don't you? Why are you? However, Although I don't know what treasure that fellow used to curry favor with you, the fact that he's dead is an unchangeable fact. That's right. In the new student trial, there's only a slim chance of survival. Only those who are truly fearless can survive, and he obviously isn't one. Other than Zhuang Yanming's group, the rest looked down on Lin Ling. This made Zhuang Yanming and the rest furious because Lin Ling had saved their lives. Moreover, they had witnessed Lin Ling's strength. They were just about to speak. But at this moment, the teleportation device suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, a young man in a blue and white robe appeared. The young man carried a huge sword on his back and his face was calm. His eyes were different from the others. He wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. After he appeared, he wasn't as excited as the others. Instead, he had no reaction. It was as if he hadn't returned from the starry sky forest but had just returned from a trip home. He was Lin Ling. How is he still alive? He seemed to be alone in the starry sky forest. Looking at Lin Ling, all the freshmen widened their eyes. One should know that the freshman trial consisted of 100 people. Even so, many of them had died. However, Lin Ling was alone and he was still alive? He must be hiding somewhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pass the trial. An expert said in disbelief. Moreover, he was extremely jealous in his heart. A bunch of ignorant fools. However, Zhuang Yanming and the rest looked at the freshmen with disdain. That was because only they knew how Lin Ling had survived in the outer region of the starry sky forest. He had become the leader of the rogues. However, they were also surprised that Lin Ling was still alive. After all, they knew that Lin Ling had entered the depths of the starry sky forest. A catastrophe had happened there and even a martial ancestor had fallen. However, Lin Ling had still come out alive. That was unbelievable. So powerful. Fairy Xen Yen and the rest looked at Lin Ling passionately. That was because Lin Ling appeared to be very calm, which was different from the other freshmen's excitement. From this point of view, it showed the difference between them. Lin Ling had entered the starry sky forest as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. His aura is different from ours. Although he hides it well, his experience and vicissitudes of life will still be revealed when he's not paying attention. Chu Yun also spoke up. She was a martial artist of the final world and also the descendant of a duke. Although she had fought many battles since she was a child, she naturally couldn't compare with Lin Ling in terms of life and death battles and great waves. After all, in the final world, due to the supervision of God, no martial artist dared to be too arrogant. It was not as cruel as the land of the 9 states. Earring, among us, you are the most similar to Lin Ling. You have that indescribable aura. Chu Yun looked at her and said, Earring was an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization. Naturally, she had experienced more than Chu Yun and the rest. However, Earring shook her head and said, I'm still not as good as him. Although she was an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization, she started from a small existence and gradually became famous in the land of the 9 states. However, Lin Ling was an even more terrifying existence. He also started from a small existence, even smaller than Earring. However, Lin Ling could already hold his own in the land of the 9 states. That was the difference between them. At this moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to the others. Instead, his eyes fell on an old woman. Then he smiled and nodded. The old woman was delighted. She knew what Lin Ling meant. He must have found the Maha incantation. That meant that Lin Ling had completed the first trial mission that Lei Gong had arranged. This made her very surprised. After all, the other trial takers would need at least 10 years to complete the mission. However, Lin Ling did not even take 2 years. In addition to her, Song Chiri also smiled excitedly. The young master was indeed powerful. He had heard that many martial ancestors had gathered in the starry sky forest. Therefore, he had been worried about Lin Ling. However, he did not dare to interfere in the divine trials. Fortunately, the young master had returned safely. Brother Lin Ling. At the same time, Xiao Yu, Do Kanying, and the others were also there. They all smiled excitedly. Lin Ling, you're still alive. What a lucky guy. However, at this moment, a cunning and mean voice suddenly sounded. It was Teacher Zhou Lin. Chapter 3454. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. However, Lin Ling still ignored the crowd and looked at the sky with emotion. He wasn't lamenting the fact that he had survived a calamity, because he was already used to this kind of life. What he lamented was the difference between Miao Prefecture and the outside world. The order here was better, and the killing wasn't so obvious. Lin Ling, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? When Zhou Lin saw that Lin Ling was ignoring him, he felt even more uncomfortable. In any case, he was a teacher, an emissary of God. However, in front of so many people, Lin Ling actually treated him like a passerby. No, he wasn't even qualified to be a passerby. This was because Lin Ling didn't even look at him. That's enough, Zhou Lin. Stop talking. At this moment, the vice principal spoke up for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had completed the freshman trial. In addition, he guessed that Lin Ling's background wasn't small, so he would definitely speak up for Lin Ling. This made Zhou Lin even angrier. He couldn't help but glance at Siluan. When he saw the smile on Siluan's face, the fire of jealousy in his heart continued to burn. Teacher Siluan. He had been pursuing her for many years. Originally, the reason why he had bullied Lin Ling was because he wanted to help Teacher Siluan vent her anger and win her favor. But now, Siluan had changed from being Lin Ling's enemy to being on the same side as Lin Ling. This made him swallow the anger in his heart. Of course, he knew that the reason for this was because Lin Ling was constantly rising, and no one could suppress him. Vice Principal, for Lin Ling to pass the freshman training, it can only be said that his luck is not bad. Although I personally believe that luck is also a part of one's strength, but I have a bet with Lin Ling. If he obtains the Astral Origin Stone, I will kneel in front of the Snow Wind Academy for 3 days and 3 nights, and vice versa. At this moment, Zhou Lin shouted. His voice attracted everyone's attention. The bet? Only then did everyone realize that before entering the Starry Sky Forest, Teacher Zhou Lin and Lin Ling did indeed have such a bet. However, at that time, no one believed that Lin Ling could survive. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling continued to do as he pleased. He didn't care about the crowd, he just stared at the sky, no one knew what he was thinking. This made many people speculate that Lin Ling didn't obtain the Astral Origin Stone. After all, it was already very difficult to survive in the Starry Sky Forest for a year, let alone find the Astral Origin Stone. Mr. Zhou Lin, the fact that Lin Ling made it out alive is already something to be happy about. Why are you bringing up the past? Although she looked down on Lin Ling in the past, Lin Ling was still her student. Moreover, the reason why she looked down on Lin Ling was because she felt that Lin Ling had entered through the back door. However, now that Lin Ling had completed the freshman's trial, so what if he had entered through the back door? Lin Ling definitely had something worth nurturing. Teacher Siluan. Zhou Lin was even more furious. The person he was pursuing was actually speaking up for Lin Ling. She made him look like a villain. He didn't believe that he, the messenger of God, wouldn't be able to trample on a mere junior. A martial artist's word carries weight. Moreover, this bet was held under the watchful eyes of God. Even if I wanted to settle things peacefully, God would definitely not allow it. This is because this is blasphemy against God. Zhou Lin said righteously. Teacher Siluan opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute him. The vice president frowned. Zhou Lin, take a step back in everything. It'll be easier for us to meet in the future. Was she speaking up for Lin Ling again? Zhou Lin was even more furious. He was a messenger of God and a native martial artist of the final world. However, the vice president was actually helping Lin Ling and ignoring him. Vice president, a martial artist should do what they say. How can they go back on their words just because they have completed the freshman's trial? That's right. If the Snow Wind Academy can't even do what they said, then I think the Snow Wind Academy is nothing more than this. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. At this moment, many freshmen shouted in support of Mr. Zhou Lin. Many of them were Mr. Zhou Lin's students. Moreover, they were extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. He was just a piece of trash who got in through the back door. How could he be more dazzling than them? All of you, shut up. Seeing that everyone was targeting Lin Ling, Teacher Cailuan couldn't help but shout. As for Zhuang Yanming and the others, they naturally spoke up for Lin Ling. After all, they all owed Lin Ling a life. For a moment, at the entrance of the Snow Wind Academy, both sides were arguing. As for the martial artists from Snow Wind City, they were extremely surprised. They never thought that a Lin Ling would cause such a big reaction. And from the looks of it, this Lin Ling seems to be a very ordinary existence. Although this Lin Ling is somewhat powerful, there are more people supporting Teacher Zhou Lin. It seems that he will have to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Yes, only Teacher Cailuan students support Lin Ling. What's more, Lin Ling has indeed lost. Willing to bet but not willing to admit defeat, this is indeed shameful. Many people also began to discuss spiritedly. Some impatient martial artists even voiced their support for Teacher Zhou Lin. Teacher Zhou Lin also didn't expect so many people to support him. He couldn't help but smile. His smile was extremely proud. He didn't say anything because justice was in the hearts of people. Vice President, what do you think? Finally, Teacher Zhou Lin looked at the Vice President and said, what he meant was, even if I don't care about this matter, will the others not care? The Vice President's face instantly turned ugly. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to protect Lin Ling. In the end, he fell silent. That Zhou Lin laughed loudly and looked proudly at Zhuang Yanming and the rest. It was as if he was saying that you students want to fight with me, dream on. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? Finally, he stared at Lin Ling and said arrogantly, if you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. For these 3 days, you will kneel in the Snow Wind Academy. Of course, during these 3 days we will provide food. Ha! Hearing this, all the freshmen laughed loudly as if they had vented their anger. There were even more impulsive students who strode towards Lin Ling, wanting to grab Lin Ling and make him kneel. However, at this moment, a crisp sound rang out as if something had been thrown onto the ground by Lin Ling. This caused everyone to be stunned. What was the meaning of this? They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was still absent-minded. He didn't even look at Teacher Zhou Lin. Do you think you can get away with just throwing out a few random things? If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Even if you invite the gods, you will still have to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Teacher Zhou Lin smiled disdainfully and didn't care at all. Instead, he said to his student, Zhu Heshu, you don't have to worry about anything. With me here, you can do whatever you want. Yes, teacher. Yes. The student immediately nodded. He was already in front of Lin Ling and wanted to grab Lin Ling and make him kneel. Wait. Chapter 3455. Prove it. Vice Dean, even now, do you still want to speak for Lin Ling? However, this was impossible because no one could change the fact that he had lost the bet. Lin Ling immediately said subconsciously. He thought that the vice principal still wanted to find a way to help Lin Ling, but he thought that this was just a dream. Lin Ling would definitely kneel. I didn't explain for him, but look at what he threw. However, the vice principal frowned and shook his head. Hee. Mr. Zhou Lin smiled disdainfully and looked at the item that Lin Ling had recognized. Who knew that he would be dumbfounded when he saw it? This was because there was a black-blue stone lying on the ground. The surface of the stone shone with the light of the stars, and it was extremely mysterious. If this was not an astral origin stone, then what was it? Teacher Zhou Lin rubbed his eyes, and his pupils widened. Everyone was also stunned, and then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, a lot of people were fighting fiercely, forcing Lin Ling to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights, forming 2 camps. However, they had forgotten that Lin Ling had already obtained the Star Origin Stone. And this was even more impossible. This was because it was already a miracle for a new student to survive for a year in the Starry Sky Forest, not to mention finding the Astral Origin Stone. Most importantly, Lin Ling was alone from the beginning to the end. Moreover, Lin Ling was only at the saint stage. It was said that he was trash who got in through the back door. How could this be? At that moment, Zhou Lin and the others had their mouths agape. It was as if their jaws were about to hit the ground. It turned out that their previous arguments were just clowns dancing. Even if they won, it would be useless. Because the astral origin stone was the key to everything. This guy. Teacher Zuluan, Salam Ming, and the others were trembling with excitement. Not only had Lin Ling survived, he had even obtained the astral origin stone. This fellow was truly a freak. It was obvious that they had been worried for nothing. Their gazes fell on Lin Ling, and they discovered that Lin Ling was still the same as before. He did as he pleased, as if he didn't care about anything. It was as if what was happening in front of Lin Ling was child's play. Just what had Lin Ling gone through to have such an indifferent expression? In just a short period of time, Sheng Daiming and the others felt that they and Lin Ling were people from two different worlds. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling was facing a god in the Starry Sky Forest, it would be normal for them to not care about such a small matter. Teacher Zhou Lin, I agree with what you said. If you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. After all, our Snow Wind Academy is also a divine shrine. How can we go back on our words? At this moment, the vice dean said indifferently. Obviously, he was very displeased with Teacher Zhou Lin's previous rebuttal, and now he was returning an eye for an eye. As for Teacher Zhou Lin, he was stunned. All the freshmen were dumbfounded. I have to kneel? Teacher Zhou Lin pointed at himself and said in disbelief. He is a god's messenger, and his body is shrouded in divine light. If he kneels, how can he face others in the future? That's right, and you have to kneel for 3 days. However, the vice dean corrected him. Teacher Zhou Lin's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. Wait a minute, this astral origin stone is a little strange, and Lin Ling's survival in the Starry Sky Forest is also a little strange. But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, and a stern-looking young man walked out. This person is Teacher Zhou Lin's student, and he has an outstanding status. He is also the son of the final world city lord, and most importantly, he is the son of a main city's city lord. His name is Yi Yiming, and he comes from Luoya City. There is also Luoya Academy there, but he came to Snow Wind Academy for other reasons. Because his background is not small, Teacher Zhou Lin took good care of him. Now that Teacher Zhou Lin is in trouble, he will naturally stand up for him. As for the son of the city lord, his background is not small. Even the vice dean frowned. Of course, Yi Yiming not only has a delicate status, he is also extremely powerful. He has a 3rd-grade ultimate desolate body, and he is a first-level martial ancestor. It can be said that with his strength, none of the new students are his match. Of course, he is not a new student, but a student of the Divine Second Hall. Why do you say that? At this moment, Teacher Tsailuan saw Lin Ling's indifferent attitude, and she immediately spoke up for Lin Ling. It's simple, with his strength, it is impossible for him to survive. He must have cheated, and to cheat in the Divine Hall, I have to say, he has guts. This is blasphemy against the gods. Yi Yiming walked out and said with a smile. Moreover, he looked at Lin Ling. He did not expect that because of Lin Ling, Yi Yiming would have a dazzling moment. One has to know that although he is the son of the city lord, because he is not a member of Snow Wind City, many people often forget about him. And now, he can use Lin Ling to be proud for once. Nonsense, this is the freshman trial. How can there be a chance to cheat? Teacher Tsailuan immediately shouted coldly. Hee hee. Yi Yiming laughed. His laughter was light, but his body was filled with the aura of an ambitious person. If I remember correctly, this Lin Ling entered through the back door. May I ask, is this considered cheating? Ask again, if he has the strength, why does he need to enter through the back door? Finally, if he can enter through the back door, why can't he enter through the back door again in the freshman trial? Yi Yiming spoke without stopping, his words powerful and resonating. The surroundings instantly became silent. Many people's eyes flickered. They had to admit that Yi Yiming's words made sense. The vice dean's face turned ugly. Was Yi Yiming deliberately smearing Snow Wind Academy's reputation? Not bad, not bad. This Lin Ling must have entered through the back door again. Perhaps, he did not even enter the Starry Sky Forest. Teacher Zhou Lin immediately clamored. He wanted to seize the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Nonsense. Zhuang Yanming and the rest were the ones who could prove Lin Ling the most. At this moment, they were arguing with reason. Unfortunately, their words carried little weight and they were not of much help. If you want to prove it, it's very simple. Fight with me. If he wins, it will prove that he did not enter through the back door. How about it? Yi Yiming sensed that it was about time, so he gradually walked out. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Yi Yiming was a martial ancestor realm expert, and he had a third-grade ultimate desolate body. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the sage realm, and he was also a student of the Shunsan Hall. The two of them could not be compared. Even Zhuang Yanming and the rest had a drastic change in expression. Although they knew that Lin Ling was powerful, Yi Yiming was even more powerful than a criminal. However, if Lin Ling did not fight, it meant that Lin Ling had cheated. Whether he entered through the back door or not, it's best to prove it now. Teacher Zhou Lin said at the critical moment. This sentence immediately ignited the crowd's emotions. Entering through the back door. Everyone felt that it was extremely shameful. Furthermore, entering through the back door was one thing, but entering through the back door in the freshman trial was too despicable. Chapter 3456. Smash. However, the angry shouts of the crowd still did not move Lin Ling in the slightest. He still did his own thing. This kind of disregard undoubtedly angered Yi Yiming. He decided to teach Lin Ling a good lesson and let him know why the flowers were so red. Lin Ling, it's time for you to prove yourself. Yi Yiming shouted loudly. There were countless echoes, and the clouds in the sky burst open. The voice finally interrupted Lin Ling's sigh. He shook his head and said, "We are all warriors of the final world. Why bother? I don't want to hurt you and embarrass you." When he said this, his eyes were calm, as if he was looking at a child, staring at Yi Yiming. Many people were startled by this scene. Because compared to the two sides, Lin Ling had the demeanor of a master, mysterious and unfathomable. On the other hand, Yi Yiming was like a clown, irritable and agitated, his mood unstable. The anger in Yi Yiming's heart burned even more, but he quickly laughed. He had guessed Lin Ling's intention because Lin Ling was just putting on an act to make him feel fearful. Ridiculous. Did he think he was an idiot? You only need one word, do you dare or not? Yi Yiming said as he stepped forward. Why do you have to force me to make a move? Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed and had no choice but to nod. With this nod, there was a lot of discussion around. This Lin Ling actually agreed to it. A guy who came in through the back door provoked the strong people of Shanair Hall. Isn't this looking for trouble? Yi Yiming's talent and strength are higher than Lin Ling. Lin Ling is not his opponent at all. This is a battle of abuse. Many warriors were talking about it. They were powerful, so they naturally knew the gap between the two sides. A large number of freshmen also clamored and cheered for Yi Yiming. This made Yi Yiming laugh. He enjoyed this kind of atmosphere. After all, although he was the son of the city lord of Luoya City, he only received attention in Luoya City. In Snow-Blowing City, he was too weak. But now, he was starting to become the center of attention. Perhaps, he could also receive today's news in Luoya City. At that time, just thinking about it made him happy. His father should be happy for him too. With that thought in mind, he unleashed his full strength. His third-grade talent burst forth, and a shadow condensed from blood appeared behind him. Congealed supreme god blood. This was clearly the bloodline of a deity, capable of dominating the world. And against such a powerful talent, if the final desolate body grade was not high, just their aura alone would be suppressed. They would only be able to use about 60% of their strength. Lin Ling, if you want to go through the back door, then you should have the awareness of going through the back door. Yi Yiming's aura didn't decrease at all. He turned into a bloody light and shot towards Lin Ling. His speed had reached 400 world speed. This speed could definitely dominate the sage realm. He grabbed out with his big hand, and the clouds in the sky seemed to have turned the color of blood. Ancestral power, it actually contained 10% of ancestral power. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Ling. Everyone was guessing that Lin Ling might be scared to the point of collapsing. The palm was extremely fast, and it instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling, wanting to easily grab Lin Ling. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling's footsteps moved slightly, and he actually avoided the palm. It seemed like a simple step, but there was a mysterious rhythm within it. Moreover, it was so light that even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. Lin Ling seemed to be in the sage realm, but with his 5 dantians and god-devil body combined, he wasn't weaker than Yi Yiming. In fact, he was even stronger. As for the final desolate body, Lin Ling's space-time god eye was also third grade. It could be said that Yi Yiming's talent didn't affect him at all. The only thing that Lin Ling cared about was Yi Yiming's speed. Before Lin Ling's talent fusion transformation, his full speed was only 300 world speed. However, he wasn't much weaker than Yi Yiming. After all, this 300 world speed was in the past. Now, Lin Ling's cultivation level had increased, and he had already reached the 6th stage of the Sage Realm. At this moment, Yi Yiming's claw missed, and he was shocked. However, because he wanted to defeat Lin Ling in one strike, he had used too much strength, causing his body to be unbalanced. "Senior, I'm just a freshman. You don't have to use so much strength to target me. Be careful not to use too much strength and bend your waist." At this moment, Lin Ling was standing beside Yi Yiming, and he gently pushed out his palm. In his palm, colorful flames burned as his god-devil body merged with his 5 dantians. It seemed like a gentle push, but in fact, it could move mountains and fill seas, and blow up a world. Yi Yiming was already unbalanced, and when Lin Ling's terrifying palm hit him, he felt like he was being crushed by a heavy mountain. Boom! He smashed into the ground, and the earth instantly cracked open. It was earth-shattering. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were agape. From their point of view, it seemed like Lin Ling had only pushed him lightly. However, this push was simply too terrifying. Many people could imagine Yi Yiming's miserable state at this moment. A huge human figure appeared on the ground, and the surroundings were full of cracks. Yi Yiming raised his head, and his face was full of blood. This guy kissed the ground. He wanted to see how hard the ground was, right? This was simply a dog-eating action. You damn it! Yi Yiming was boiling with anger, and he was about to stand up. "Senior, why are you so careless? I'll help you up." Lin Ling was still standing beside Yi Yiming, and he gently helped him up. However, this time, Lin Ling suddenly slipped, and this caused Yi Yiming, who was halfway up, to be smashed into the ground again. Rumble! This smash caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The nearby streets all exploded, and it was terrifying. Yi Yiming once again fell down, and many of his teeth fell out. His eyes were full of flames. If looks could kill, he would definitely burn Lin Ling alive. This was because Lin Ling's careless fall seemed simple, but in fact, it contained a terrifying force. It could even destroy the streets, so how could the force be small? "Senior, I'm sorry. I was too careless and accidentally caused you to fall like a dog," Lin Ling said apologetically, and he actually went to help Yi Yiming up again. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their hearts were filled with disdain. Yi Yiming fell so miserably. Wasn't this caused by you? You still have the nerve to speak in a harmless tone. As for Yi Yiming, he struggled to get up. After hearing Lin Ling's words, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength to get up seemed to have disappeared. However, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't let him lie on the ground again, and he used both hands to help him up. However, halfway through, Lin Ling's feet slipped again. Rumble! Yi Yiming once again smashed into the ground, and it was even more terrifying than before. Snow Wind Academy was shaken by 3 points. This wasn't just helping him up, it was simply grabbing Yi Yiming and smashing him into the ground. No one expected that Lin Ling's seemingly thin body, but his strength was even more terrifying than a beast. Yi Yiming must have been seriously injured by this. "Senior, can you stand firm? It's hard for me to help you up like this." Chapter 3457. Accepting Lin Ling as a disciple. Yi Yiming's internal organs were all displaced. Hearing Lin Ling's words, he almost cried. "Stand firm? I also want to stand firm. You're the one who smashed me to the ground. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you up this time." Lin Ling spoke again. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. They felt that something ominous was going to happen again. Yi Yiming's feeling was the strongest. If he was smashed again, even a martial ancestor like him would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, he only wanted to wave his hand and stay far away from Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you don't need to help me up. I can get up by myself. Thank you for your kindness. Yi Yiming was about to faint from the smashing. He had completely forgotten his purpose. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him at all. He had already helped him up halfway. However, hearing Yi Yiming's words, he finally nodded and said, "If I were you, I would keep smiling and put my hands behind my back, revealing the elegance of a martial ancestor." You won't help me up like this? No, falling like this is more graceful. After Lin Ling finished speaking, his feet seemed to slip again. His hands seemed to subconsciously let go again. It seemed to be a gentle release, but it could easily break through 10,000 worlds. Yi Yiming's eyes widened. Falling like this is more graceful? Boom. The third heavy fall, a huge deep hole appeared on the ground. Moreover, it was a human-shaped deep hole. Yi Yiming was directly smashed unconscious. He never thought that although he had a powerful realm essence, he could not resist Lin Ling at all. Although he had outstanding talent, it seemed that he could not affect Lin Ling at all. He, an expert of the Shen Air Hall, was defeated just like that. Moreover, he was smashed alive. Of course, he was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone present opened their mouths wide. This unprecedented battle was simply something they had never seen in their lives. This also meant that Lin Ling's strength surpassed Yi Yiming's by too much. That was why he could defeat him so easily. And this was Trash who got in through the back door? Apart from Zhuang Yanming and the others who were mentally prepared, even Teacher Cailuan was so shocked that she covered her mouth. As for Teacher Zhou Lin, he was tongue-tied. Yi Yiming was his proudest disciple. He had thought that defeating Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping a flip. However, in the end, Yi Yiming was smashed unconscious. Moreover, he was shamelessly smashed Lin Ling by Lin Ling. Especially Lin Ling's last sentence. Throwing it like this is more graceful. This sentence kept Zhou Lin's Zhou. Previously, he wanted to resist kneeling to the death, so he grabbed hold of Lin Ling's weakness and attacked. However, he obviously failed. And Fang Yiming. Zhou Lin. Fang's Yiming. Amlu. Ice Yayin. Oh right, I just remembered that senior brother from before wanted to fight with me. Senior brother, please come out and fight. Lin Ling shouted at the pit under his feet. He invited Yi Yiming to come out and fight. Everyone shuddered. Was the previous battle not considered a battle? Yi Yiming was smashed like a dog even if it was not a battle. What if it was a real battle? The result was simply unimaginable. Even the experts of Shen Air Hall were staring at Lin Ling with fear in their eyes. This freshman was too terrifying. Yi Yiming was still lying in the pit. He had heard Lin Ling's words. However, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was determined not to go up. Only a fool would go up. Seeing that the pit was silent, Lin Ling shrugged helplessly and looked at Mr. Zhou Lin. He smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou Lin, as the messenger of God, you won't go back on your word, right?" Lin Ling did not care if Teacher Zhou Lin would kneel for 3 days. Instead, he walked toward the old woman. To him, the previous incident was just a child's play. If Teacher Zhou Lin had not been so aggressive, Lin Ling would not have cared. His goal was to complete the divine trials. Plop. At this moment, Teacher Zhou Lin's face turned ugly. His legs gave way and he knelt down in front of countless people. Now, he was too embarrassed to go back on his words. He had to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a great humiliation to him as the messenger of God. Lin Ling is so strong. Seeing Lin Ling leave, Teacher Cailuan was still covering her mouth. She remembered when she had signed up. At that time, she had looked down on Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling had taken the back door. Now, she finally understood what the dean meant. Teacher, in the Starry Sky Forest, Lin Ling defeated countless convicts and even became their leader. Chu Yun suddenly said. Chu Yun suddenly spoke from the side. His words caused Cailuan's heart to tremble once more. She hurriedly searched for Lin Ling, but she discovered that Lin Ling had already disappeared. A guy who took the back door? Teacher Tsiluan was shocked. Sounds of discussion rose and fell in succession from the surroundings. This Lin Ling defeated Yi Yiming, who is a martial ancestor. You should know that Yi Yiming is stronger than many martial progenitors. I heard that he is also called the Son of Demon in the 9 prefectures and is a member of the God Slayer Alliance. At first, I thought that the God Slayer Alliance was a child's play. Now, it seems that the God Slayer Alliance is quite amazing. I wonder who is more powerful between the God Slayer Alliance and the Final World's experts. Without a doubt, after what had happened, Lin Ling had become a student of the Shen Air Hall. There were very few people in the Snow Wind Academy who could pass the freshman trial and become a student of the Shen Air Hall. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the most dazzling among all the students who had become a student of the Shen Air Hall. Not long after, the crowd dispersed one after another. City Governor Tsang, I have some good wine here. Why don't you stay and have a taste? Just as Tsang Chiri was about to catch up with Lin Ling, the vice president's voice sounded. Tsang Chiri did not want to talk to him. However, since the young master had completed the divine trial in the Snow Wind Academy, the vice president might be useful in the future. Therefore, he smiled and nodded his head. The two of them immediately walked into the depths of the Snow Wind Academy. Not long after, in a luxurious room, the vice president took out the wine that he had kept for many years and poured a cup for Tsang Chiri. Tsang Chiri took a sip and nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at the vice president and said, "Vice President, you invited me here for more than just a drink, right?" The vice chief chuckled. "I can see that this Lin Ling's talent is quite impressive. Despite being a genius, he was able to defeat the first-layer martial progenitor realm Yi Yiming. Therefore, I would like to recruit him as my disciple." Tsang Chiri spat out the wine in his mouth. "Accept the young master as his disciple? Are you kidding me?" The young master was a trial taker and Lei Gong had taken a fancy to him. How could the vice president of the Snow Wind Academy be qualified to accept him? Tsang Chiri immediately shook his head. The vice president was stunned. With his status, he had taken the initiative to accept Lin Ling as his disciple. How could Tsang Chiri reject him? This was not giving him any face at all. Seeing the vice president's pale face, Tsang Chiri thought for a while and said, "I don't have the final say in this matter." "What? You don't have the final say?" Chapter 3458. Talent Upgrade. What? It was Tsang Chiri's turn to be shocked. The young master was his illegitimate son? If senior sister knew about this, she would definitely beat him up. He said seriously, "Vice President, Lin Ling is not my illegitimate son. I am not qualified to be his disciple. Also, don't even think about taking him in as a disciple." His serious tone made the vice president feel that something was amiss. "Also, even you are not qualified." However, Tsang Chiri said again. This time, the vice president's expression changed drastically. The unruly Lin Ling who did not seem to care about anything had such a powerful background? Could he be the son of a martial god? The vice president's breathing slowed down. Hearing this, Tsang Chiri smiled faintly and did not explain. Instead, he continued to drink. After finishing the vice president's wine, he bid farewell and left. As this was a serious matter, he did not explain anything. However, he knew that even the top 10 martial gods were not qualified to take Lin Ling in as a disciple. The vice president was still guessing. Could Lin Ling be the son of a martial god? It was very possible. He had heard that Lin Ling had killed a martial god before. Martial god Qilin was not the strongest among the top 10 martial gods. If Lin Ling dared to kill him, he must have a martial god as a father. While he was thinking, Lin Ling had already returned to the courtyard. "Brother Lin Ling." Xiao Yu was hugged by Lin Ling. She was all smiles. After a year of separation, she missed Lin Ling dearly. Even her little white rabbit and deer were clinging to Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling laugh. Lin Ling looked around and saw Tsang Jian and Dou Kening. He immediately realized that they had awakened the ultimate desolate body and had reached the first grade. It seemed that the spiritual marrow in the courtyard had taken effect. However, Lin Ling could also sense that Song Jian and Do Kenying's ultimate desolate body had limited potential. For example, Song Jian could at most reach the second grade. Afterimage was slightly better. He had a third-grade ultimate desolate body. In the 9 provinces, such a person would be an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the world. But in the final world, such a person was nothing more than an ordinary existence. It was no wonder that the final world required powerful talents. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Yu and the others, Lin Ling followed the old woman into the room. The old woman looked at Lin Ling expectantly. The excitement in her eyes was even stronger than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling, have you found the Maha Mantra? Found it. Lin Ling immediately nodded and took out the black cloth on his body. As soon as the black cloth appeared, Lin Ling could clearly sense the old woman's body tremble, her face filled with disbelief. Clearly, she didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to complete the trial of God's mission. In other words, among the 10 missions, Lin Ling had completed one of them. This was because the first mission had 3 tasks. He only needed to complete 2 of them. And Lin Ling had been in the final world for less than 3 years. Yet he had completed one of the missions. This was the fastest among the 10 trial takers. That's great, that's great. The old woman hurriedly checked the black cloth. Finally, she seemed to confirm something before she carefully kept the black cloth. However, Lin Ling sensed that the old woman was not familiar with the Ma Mantra. She was only the guardian of the mission. Only Lin Ling knew that the Maha Mantra was related to the world's will. Perhaps the 4 great gods were all paying attention to the world's will. You have completed the first mission. You can raise any conditions to Lei Gong. The old woman looked at Lin Ling and said. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling licked his lips. Although his current talent was not weak, he had yet to reach his limits. He needed many cultivation treasures. However, he eventually shook his head. Cultivation treasures could be obtained slowly, but if he did not settle this matter properly, he could not cultivate in peace. I want Lei Gong to protect the Qing prefecture for me. Protect my hometown. How about that? Lin Ling stated the conditions in his heart. The old woman fell silent for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll leave first. I'll report your conditions to Lei Gong. However, I'm guessing that these conditions should not be difficult. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded as he watched the old woman leave. In the following period of time, Lin Ling waited for news from the old woman. He was also waiting for the second mission. And now, he had just broken through. It was not suitable for him to raise his cultivation level in the short term. Most importantly, the increase in cultivation level was not the most important thing. What was important was the improvement of his ultimate desolate body. For example, he had several ultimate desolate bodies. Even a martial ancestor like Yi Yiming was not his match. This showed the importance of talent. I'll first raise the space-time divine steel to its limit. Soon, Lin Ling made a decision. And he was in the Spirit Pith courtyard. The speed of raising his talent was much faster than other places. The Starry Sky Forest's Celestial Emperor Zhang Gang gave me some power, allowing my space-time divine steel to reach the 3rd grade. Now, with the power of the Spirit Pith, it will probably only take a few months for the space-time divine steel to reach the 4th grade. However, the space-time divine steel can still stimulate its potential and barely reach the 5th grade. However, this stimulation depends on luck. Furthermore, the Spirit Pith's assistance is obvious at the beginning. However, it will gradually weaken. Especially for those with high ultimate desolate bodies, the assistance will be even weaker. It looks like when the space-time divine steel reaches the 4th grade, I'll need another method. During this period of time, Lin Ling's talent was improving in all aspects. Among them, the space-time divine steel's improvement was the most obvious. As for the Sky Dragon's bones, the Supreme Netherwind Dragon and the Realm-Swallowing Beast, they were still at the 1st grade ultimate desolate body. Among them, the Realm-Swallowing Beast was an existence with a desolate body. This also meant that the greater the potential, the harder it was to raise it. If not, Savage Sword and Company would not have been able to raise their talent so quickly. This was because their ultimate desolate bodies were not comparable to Lin Ling's. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. However, The old woman had yet to return. On the contrary, Lin Ling's space-time divine steel was only a step away from the 4th grade ultimate desolate body. As for the other ultimate desolate bodies, they had also improved and were approaching the 2nd grade. This was also because Lin Ling had the spirit pith. If he did not have it, the improvement would be even slower. If this carries on, I'm afraid the space-time divine steel will need even more time to reach its limit. Lin Ling could not help but ponder. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a divine technique that he had luckily obtained in his previous life. This cultivation technique was called the Dark North Divine Technique. It was a cultivation technique that aided in the improvement of the ultimate desolate body. By cultivating this cultivation technique, one could borrow all the external energy to reach the ultimate desolate body. However, this cultivation technique was only suitable for people who had reached the ultimate desolate body's limit. For example, Savage Sword and Company. For example, Lin Ling's space-time divine steel. It had no effect on talents with limitless potential like the Sky Dragon's bones. Savage Sword, old do, come out. Lin Ling hurriedly left the room. Young master. My lord. When Savage Sword and Company heard the voice, they hurriedly appeared in the courtyard. They looked curiously at Lin Ling. I'll impart to you a cultivation technique that can stimulate your talent to the limit. Chapter 3459. Dark North Godly Technique. Push it to the limit? Hearing this, Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage were shocked. They had just raised their talents. It was clearly very difficult for them to reach the limit. But their young master had a cultivation technique that could push them to the limit? If such a cultivation technique were to spread to the 9 provinces, it would probably cause a bloodbath. This cultivation technique is not suitable for everyone. It's only suitable for those who are about to reach the limit of their talents. Lin Ling was not surprised by their surprise. Following that, his soul power surged out and covered Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage, imparting the Dark North Godly Technique to them. As for Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage, their expressions kept changing. Finally, they looked up with shock in their eyes. Dark North Godly Technique. Through the attacks of others, the energy would surge towards the ultimate desolate body and push it to the limit. There was such a wonderful cultivation technique in this world. At this moment, even a knowledgeable old monster like Do Afterimage could not help but sigh at his own narrow-mindedness. Alright, next, I'll help you push it to the limit. Seeing that the two of them were enlightened, Lin Ling nodded and said, Brother, I want it too. Xiao Yu was extremely curious and wanted to stimulate her talent. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. With his eyesight, he still could not see through Xiao Yu's talent. How could he stimulate the Dark North Godly Technique? Furthermore, Xiao Yu was the granddaughter of treasure god Nan Wufengyu. How could her talent be weak? Lin Ling explained to Xiao Yu, making her obediently stand by the side. Following that, Lin Ling began attacking Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage. Bang, bang. He controlled his strength well. It was just enough to stimulate the Dark North Godly Technique without harming Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage. Under the constant attacks, Remnant Sword was the first to show signs of a breakthrough. His entire being was stirred up. However, even though Lin Ling controlled it well, the constant attacks still caused Remnant Sword to suffer some injuries. Furthermore, he did not have Lin Ling's insane recovery ability. Hence, Lin Ling could only let him rest. Young master, come and hit me. When it was Do Afterimage's turn, he was lying on the ground with his limbs spread out like a masochist. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He raised his foot and stomped down. Ah, this is great, this is great. Young master, torture me. Do Afterimage immediately let out a satisfied sound, causing Xiao Yu and Remnant Sword to laugh. It was all because of Afterimage. This old man was too wretched. As for Lin Ling, after continuously stomping on the ground, he noticed that Do Afterimage's talent had improved. However, Do Afterimage was also slightly injured. In the end, he retracted his foot. All of you attack me. Next, Lin Ling ordered Savage Sword and the others to attack. Broken Sword didn't dare to attack anymore. In his heart, Lin Ling was his master. How could a slave attack his master? Make your move. You don't have to hold back. Lin Ling knew what they were thinking and said with a smile. My lord, I'm sorry for the offense. Broken Sword didn't dare to disobey Lin Ling's orders and quickly attacked. He had restrained himself in the beginning, causing Lin Ling to feel that his strength was not enough. Therefore, he made the Broken Sword release even more power. In the end, Broken Sword released all his power. However, what made Lin Ling speechless was that even though Broken Sword released all his power, he couldn't activate the Dark North Divine skill. Instead, Broken Sword and Do Afterimage worked together to activate the Dark North Divine skill. However, it would take a long time for the mysterious power to activate the Time and Space Divine Steel to its limit. In the end, it was because Broken Sword and the others were too weak. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the city governor's mansion. There were many experts there, so they should be able to meet his requirements. Then, Lin Ling brought Xiao Yu and the others to the city governor's mansion. He found Song Chiri and told him his purpose. What? You want us to beat you up? When Song Chiri heard the news, he was almost scared to death. To him, Lin Ling was a trial taker who could meet Lei Gong directly. How could he, a lowly holy paladin, touch Lin Ling? He couldn't even touch a single hair of his. If senior sister knew, she would kill him on the spot. No, no, young master, don't play with me. Song Chiri kept waving his hands and saying, Brother Song, don't worry. When you attack me, I will activate the divine skill to take a beating. I will be fine. Moreover, don't underestimate my physical strength. Lin Ling tried to persuade him. No, no, you can kill me. Anyway, I won't beat you up. Song Chiri kept shaking his head like a rattle drum. Lin Ling was speechless. He looked at the guards around him. They were all martial ancestors, so they should be able to activate the Dark North Divine skill. Plop. When the guards saw Lin Ling looking at them, their legs turned to jelly. Young master, please spare our lives. Even the city governor didn't dare to beat Lin Ling. How could they have the guts to do so? If they dared to touch a hair on Lin Ling's head today, it was possible that the city lord would kill them tomorrow. Why don't you beat us up? An old man at the middle stage martial ancestor realm said while crying. What? Lin Ling was tongue-tied. He was here to ask for a beating, not to beat someone up. Young master, if you want to be beaten, you can go to Intentionless City. At this time, Song Chiri reminded him, Intentionless City has many martial arts clubs. Some experts who are not qualified to enter the academy can cultivate in the martial arts clubs to improve their strength. Young master, you can go there and challenge them. Intentionless City was only 2 ancient cities away from Snow City, so it was not far away. Martial arts clubs? Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Yes, in the final world there are very few sections. Because of the existence of the academy, sects are not qualified to exist. Therefore, some ancestors who founded sects in the 9 continents can only open martial arts clubs here. However, young master, don't underestimate these martial arts clubs. Many of them are very powerful. Song Chiri explained. Sounds good. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. In Snow City, ordinary people did not dare to provoke him. Apparently, he could not activate the space-time steel. It was not a bad idea to go to other cities. Seeing Lin Ling nodding, Song Chiri shouted, Young master, are you sure you want to go to Intentionless City? Men, inform the army to send young master there. Remember, if you meet someone who doesn't know his place, kill him without mercy. Wait. Lin Ling hurriedly stopped him. If the army followed him, he would not be able to cultivate. He was going there to be beaten, not to beat people. Then, he told Song Chiri the reason, but Song Chiri was very worried. Don't worry. Although many people want to kill me, the world is so big. If I suddenly leave, they may not know. Lin Ling could not help but comfort him. Most importantly, he knew that after the trip to the Starry Sky Forest, his enemies were greatly weakened. It would be difficult for them to gather experts to kill him in a short period of time. That's the only way. Song Chiri nodded. But in fact, he still had to protect Lin Ling secretly. Lin Ling did not know this. After he asked about the whereabouts of Intentionless City, he immediately left Snow City. Chapter 3460. I'm here to challenge the dojo. Xiaoyu and company had stayed in Snow City for a year. Now that they were out, they were naturally overjoyed. This also caused Lin Ling to take 3 days to reach Intentionless City. The city was extremely ancient. It was built with green bricks and glazed tiles. It was beautiful and indeed looked like a city in God's world. There were many people in the city. At a rough glance, there were hundreds of thousands of people. This did not include those that Lin Ling did not see. It was probably a huge city with millions of people. Most importantly, this was only a sub-city. After accompanying Xiaoyu and company for an entire morning and seeing the city's unique features, Lin Ling brought Remnant Sword and company to a dojo in the afternoon. The dojo was called Soaring Feather Dojo. Although it was called a dojo, it was actually an ancient sect. Remnant Sword spent an entire morning investigating. This sect was an immortal sect in Yu State. It had countless disciples and was extremely powerful. However, when an immortal sect came to God's world, they could not establish a sect. They could only name it as a dojo. As for the sect master, he had been here for 50,000 years. It was said that he was once a disciple of the academy. However, his potential was limited, so he could only open a dojo. Not long after, an ancient building made of white jade appeared in front of them. As they could not establish a sect, the dojo was not big. However, there were many people entering and exiting. Furthermore, most of them were young people. Clearly, most of these young people were experts who had been eliminated from the academy. Of course, there were also experts from the academy who came to the dojo to increase their strength. After looking carefully for a moment, Lin Ling brought Xiaoyu and company into the dojo. The dojo was ancient in style. There were many dragon and tiger statues. Furthermore, there was a mysterious Tao emanating from it. As the wind blew, it seemed to bring order to the universe. As the leaves fell, they brought with them the traces of the 9 states. This dojo was indeed extraordinary. Young friend, are you here to learn martial arts? Our Soaring Feather Dojo is most suitable for you. If you encounter any problems with the ultimate desolate body, or problems with the power of ranks, or even bottlenecks in realms, we can help you solve them. At this moment, a man in a loose Taoist robe walked over with a smile. He thought that Lin Ling was here to learn martial arts. You can even learn the power of grades? Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. If such a dojo was placed in the 9 prefectures, martial artists would definitely fight to enter it. Of course, our sect master, Taoist Feiyu, is a late-stage martial ancestor expert. He has been practicing martial arts for 60,000 years. He has given lectures on how to defy the heavens and change one's fate. There is nothing that he doesn't know. Furthermore, our Taoist Feiyu has been to the underworld before. That man introduced proudly. You only need to pay 1 billion royal crystals, and then you can discuss martial arts here. The man jabbered on endlessly, praising the Featherflight Martial Arts School to the skies. Lin Ling and Xiaoyu looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Although Lin Ling came to challenge the dojo, he didn't like to casually provoke people, so he smiled and said, "Senior, I'm sorry, but I'm not here to sign up." However, just as he finished speaking, the man's expression changed and became fierce. You didn't sign up? Do you know where this is? Get lost, get lost. Obviously, he had been so friendly previously because he thought that Lin Ling was here to sign up. Since he wasn't here to learn martial arts, there was no need to be polite to such a person. He could just kick him out. Get lost? Lin Ling immediately frowned. He had wanted to explain his intentions and discuss whether it was appropriate. However, who would have thought that this man would ask him to get lost? Furthermore, after the man had turned around and left, he immediately sent someone to chase Lin Ling away. However, after taking a few steps, Lin Ling's voice came from behind him. I'm indeed not here to sign up. I'm here to challenge the dojo. Challenge the dojo. As soon as this word was spoken, the entire dojo seemed to fall silent. The man turned around and looked at Lin Ling. His face was filled with shock. Sage stage? Challenge the dojo? He laughed loudly and his laughter was filled with mockery. Challenges were not uncommon in Intentionless City. As there were many dojos competing for powerful cultivators, naturally, challenges were inevitable. And their soaring feather dojo had been around for many years, so it was not uncommon for them to encounter such situations. However, every person who came to challenge the dojo had their legs broken and thrown out. If not for the strict order in the world of gods, they would have long killed the challengers. Now, a few sages were here to challenge the dojo? Were they trying to make them laugh their heads off? Junior brother Lu, I'll leave the challenge to you. The man smiled contemptuously and turned to leave. He completely ignored Lin Ling and company. Challenge? You sure have guts. Let me tell you, if we were in the 9 states, I would have wiped out your entire family. Now, I won't kill you, but I will definitely cripple your legs. The expert named Junior Brother Lu rushed out of the Grand Hall. He had the strength of a peak sage stage expert and a second-grade ultimate desolate body. He grabbed at Lin Ling with his large hand. The power of his cultivation level was extremely powerful, and there were a large number of experts in the Grand Hall. They first smiled, then looked at the ancient Zen word and began cultivating again. They did not even have the thought of taking another look at Lin Ling. This was because they knew that such a kid would definitely be crippled and thrown out of the dojo. However, to cripple Lin Ling at the sage stage? That seemed like wishful thinking. Lin Ling shook his head. He looked at Junior Brother Lu and punched out. Rumble. There was an explosion as the void exploded. A figure flew backwards along the ground, smashing through countless stone sculptures before finally crashing into the dojo. Pwah! A mouthful of blood spewed out. It was Junior Brother Lu. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something, but he fainted immediately. If we were in the 9 states, you would have died if you dared to attack me. At the same time, a few figures walked into the Grand Hall from outside. As for the experts in the Grand Hall, they were all dumbfounded. They were really here to challenge the dojo, and they were sages. Instantly, the Grand Hall fell silent. Everyone seemed to be in a dream because a sage stage expert had come to challenge the dojo. This was too unbelievable for them. Moreover, this was also a humiliation to the Flying Feather Martial Hall. Kid, what are you trying to do? Those experts who were surrounding the Zen word all let out low voices. They were quiet and motionless like immovable wisdom kings. However, their auras were like high mountains and flowing water, with a touch of Tao. After they spoke, the entire Grand Hall became oppressive. However, Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. He came to the front of those experts and stared at the Zen word on the ground. He could see that this word seemed simple, but in fact, it was mixed with the order of martial arts. When a martial artist visualized the Zen word, it could greatly increase their strength. Presumably, this mysterious word was left behind by the experts of the Flying Feather Martial Hall. Bang! Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped down hard. The ground cracked, and the seemingly ordinary word was immediately trampled into pieces. I said, I'm here to challenge the dojo. This stomp caused the Grand Hall to become even more silent. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling once again stated his purpose for coming here. Boom!